Welcome everyone. Today's topic is the triangle offense. I'd like to get started with our presentation, going through a few of our base alignments and base sets before we actually get into the X's and O's. What I'd like to do is first of all show you our two base sets or our two base alignments, and then what I'd like to do is once we've established those two base alignments, we will go into the differing entries that we use for the triangle offense and the different reversals and the differing plays and continuities that we like to build within what we refer to as our triangle offense. First of all, we refer to this as the triangle offense simply because most of our entries or most of our offense is started from what we refer to as the ball side triangle. And you can see the ball side triangle is formed right here with these three players, 1, 2, and 5. 1 aligns at what we refer to as the point position, and that's the 3-point line, top of the key extended, and the 3-point line on the baseline extended, and that's his approximate alignment for the base triangle offense. He's the point position. Number 2 aligns slightly inside the 3-point line on the baseline. Make sure he's giving himself space on the baseline. That is referred to as our corner position. And number 5 establishes the high post approximately at the elbow or slightly below the elbow. That is our high post position. Number 4 aligns on the weak side at the mid to high post position, preferably at the mid post position. And that is simply called our weak side post position. And in this set here, this is what we refer to as our 3-top set. This is one of our base alignments for the triangle offense. 3 here is aligned 2 or 3 feet above the 3-point line or the top of the key, and that is our 3-top simply because 3 is at the top. That's our base 3-top alignment. This next example is what we refer to as our 3-side alignment. Once again, note that we have the ball side triangle formed by 1, 5, and 2. This is what we refer to as our ball side triangle. In this set here, 4 is once again aligned at the mid to high weak side post area, and now instead of 3 aligning at the top, 3 is aligned to the side, directly to the side of 4, slightly inside the 3-point line. This set here provides us with our base set and our base set that we run our basic continuity off of. It also gives us a great set and a great position to get this number 3 player a lot of looks at the basket and a lot of ways to score with him from this set. Once again, we will run our base triangle offense and our base triangle continuity off of this set referred to as our 3-side triangle offense set. Note also that we can form the ball side triangle as we bring the ball up the floor by either 1 entering to 2 who would pop up to the point position, and then 1 would fill the corner position, or in this case here, we simply slide enter where 2 would be at the wing position, 1's bringing the ball up, 2 slides to the corner, and 1 slides, dribble enters to the point position. So 2 very simple ways to form the ball side triangle. 3 will be predetermined as far as what we're going to run during the game. He will know whether to align in the 3-side or the 3-top position. Also, many times as the offense progresses, 3 will perhaps need to pop or pressure release to the top of the key, and which would put him in a 3-top position where we need to reverse the ball to him, and we'll cover that a little later on. But once again, this is our base 3-side triangle offense set. And basically, quickly before we get into the actual X's and O's from this set, note from this position, we have 3 possibilities, 3 apparent possibilities where we can enter the ball. Number 1, we'd like to enter the ball to the high post. So that's one of our base entries, and we're going to go through that and our base continuity off of the high post entry. That's what we would like to do to establish our ball side triangle offense continuity series and various plays off of the high post entry. We can also corner entry to number 2. We can go corner entry, and we have some differing plays and some differing things we do off of that. And off of these 2 ball side, strong side entries, we can also come we'll have a weak side post entry here to 4 and a ball reversal type entry to 3 if we need to do so, if we have predetermined that's the entry we want to use. But for most intents and purposes, when we do establish the ball side triangle, we would like to enter to the high post number 5 to either start one of our continuity series or go into some of the differing plays we have off of the high post entry. Let's get started with our basic 3-side continuity series. This is a simple little continuity we have designed. It's very effective. Gives us both a inside post threat while also giving us a perimeter threat to start off our continuity series. First of all, 1 starts off with the ball at the point position. Once again, we've established the ball side triangle. 4 is aligned in the mid to weak side post position. 3 is at the 3-side position. Once again, this is our 3-side base set. This is 3-side continuity. We want to enter the ball to the high post. Once we've entered the ball to the high post protects the ball with the ball at chest level, elbows out, making sure he's got a good strong grip on the ball and simply protecting it. We have 2 basic cuts off of the high post entry. Number 1, we always misdirect with number 2 slightly up and towards the pass. As the ball is in the air, he misdirects and makes the baseline cut. Now, at all times, whenever we make the baseline cut, if that is open, we're always going to hit it. A simple give and go technique here. As 1 enters the ball to 5, 2 misdirects, makes the baseline cut. 5 can deliver the give and go pass if the layup is there. And also note that as we go through these triangle offense base sets, base continuities, and base plays, that these schemes have proven to be more effective versus a true man-to-man defense and have also proven to be effective versus matchup zones with a little bit of man-to-man principle, and also a triangle 2 or a box and 1 defense. We have also ran this versus zone. However, it does seem to be a little more effective with the give and goes, the cutting, stuff like that. Seems to be a little more effective versus a true man-to-man. So first of all, we enter to the high post. Once again, 2 makes his baseline cut as the ball is in the air. Timing is critical here and must be practiced. At the same time, once 1 has thrown the pass and entered the ball to 5 at the high post, 1 will make his top side or cut on the top here. The same thing here. If we lose our man, and 5 can give us a little give and go pass there, we'll always take that if those are there. Basically, we call this a top cut or a middle cut since 1 is cutting to the middle. Now, if these cuts are not there, 5's still squaring up strong. He's got the ball with his back to the basket, protecting the basketball. Our basic continuity now is if 2 does not receive the ball, he continues across the lane, and he's going to set a screen for number 4, our mid to weak side post player here. And once again, this doesn't necessarily have to be number 4 or number 5 or whatever. Any of the players can fill these spots. However, we would obviously like our post players in the post positions and our 3 perimeter players in the 1, 2, and 3 positions. So 2 continues across the lane, sets the base screen for 4. 4 can decide to go either low or high. He simply reads his man, sets him up, and chooses the best way to go. This is a basic technique, screening across the key. And 4 simply fills the low post. 4 simply fills the low post. 5, once he looks at the 2 cuts, he immediately looks low at 4. If 4 is open, we'll simply dump down the pass in a high-low post situation, and 4 is allowed to maneuver in the post position and score the ball. If 4 is not there, on the other side here, 1 continues his middle cut and now sets his screen slightly below the free throw line. 3 misdirects hard towards the baseline and comes up using 1 screen. 3 comes up using 1 screen, looking for the 15 to 18 foot jump shot, preferably about 18 feet. Okay, so that's our basic start to the 3-side continuity. The keys to that basic continuity are the timing on the cuts, and making good screens, and 5 checking both give and go situations before looking at 4 low in the high-low post situation, and then 3 coming off one screen there. Now, to continue the continuity, all we do here, it's pretty simple. Once 2 is screened for 4, he fills the weak side corner. Once 1 has screened for 3, he releases and fills the weak side point position. And 3 continues out high. Receives the pass from 5. Okay. 3 reverses the ball to 1. And now we have 4 in the low post and 5 in the high post. Very simply here, 4 off of, once we've reversed the ball, simply fills the high post. 5 slides down to the mid to the weak side post. And 3 fills the side position, finishing up our continuity series. It's a little messy, but if you follow along there slowly, it's not that tough to reset out of that. That's our base continuity series. If you want to continue in that continuity series, as 4 fills the new ball side high post triangle, we'll re-enter to 4 and now make our cuts again and start the continuity all over. So that's our base continuity from our 3-side triangle offense set. What I'd like to do in the next few examples, instead of going through the continuity like we just did, I'd like to give you some specific plays that we have designed. A lot of these are specifically designed for number 3, who should be one of your scorers, should be a really good shooter, a good perimeter threat, basically should be your best offensive threat that you have out of the 5 players. Even if 1 and 2 are good perimeter players, 3 should be your real offensive threat and the guy you want shooting the ball most of the time. These are plays that we have designed once again off of the basic high post entry from the strong side triangle set. And this first one we simply call down. We just call it down, with 4 making a down screen for 3. Let's get started with that. 1 simply, once again, enters the ball to 5, who's at the high post position. Now remember, 1 and 2 on our base continuity made the middle and the baseline cuts. In this situation here, both players fake these cuts and reverse back out and replace themselves at their original perimeter positions. So once again, we enter the ball to 5. 1 begins his middle cut, he stops, comes back out, 2 misdirects, begins his baseline cut, and the same thing here, we want to reverse back out and keep this lane area open. 5 has got the ball at the high post position, once again squaring up strong. He can look at these 2, but we really don't want to go to these cuts. This play, again, is called down, is specifically designed to get 3 shot. In this case here, we simply 4 sets the screen low right inside the key like that. 3 misdirects hard to the baseline and simply pops to the weak side elbow off of 4's down screen. That's why we call it down, looking for the shot. 5 looks over his right shoulder. If 3's open, we'll hit 3 for the shot, or 3 can penetrate off of this. If not, off of the down screen, if we get a switch, specifically if we get a switch, 4 simply wheels back to the ball, reverses, seals that defender right there, and we can enter the ball directly to 4, wheeling in the paint position there, low post position for the easy bucket. So that's our basic play. We simply, once again, call that down, where 3 comes down here, 4 sets a simple down screen. We fake the middle and the baseline cuts. That's a very effective and simple way to get 3 an easy shot, and 4 in good low post position off of the basic high post entry. This next play off of basic high post entry we call wheel down. And what we do, once again, we start off with a high post entry to number 5. Now, instead of 1 making the middle cut, what he's going to do is trail number 2 on a wheel type action, and we're wheeling down. So once again, 2 makes his baseline cut, and he begins to clear through there. And what we'll have 1 do in this situation is simply wheel cut or follow 2 and clear through to the corner position. Okay? Clear through to the corner position. Now what we'll automatically do upon the high post entry, 4 immediately flashes across the lane, establishing ball side low post position. simply ducking across there, flashing across the post. If he's open, 5 checks him real quick. We'll dump it down, let 4 work on the low post position there. If he is open and we feel we've established good position. If not, and meanwhile, as all of this other stuff is going on, 3 misdirects, and he continues the wheel action by wheeling to the top here, wheeling to the top, and now he simply reverses and sets the down screen for 2, who has begun his baseline cut, and now 2 comes up for the 15 to 18 foot jumper in this area here. And as 2 is coming through here, remember 1 is trailing, 1 trails to the corner position on the weak side. Our options here are 5 once again, checks quickly at 4, flashing to the low post. If not, we'll look for 2 coming off 3's down screen. And for the good shot there, once 2 has caught the ball, we can score right there, penetrate, do the best thing offensively at that time. Now, simple reset to this. A simple reset to this. 1 has already filled the corner. 1 has already filled the corner. Okay. 3 is already out here, or excuse me, 2 is out here at the top position. 3 simply after down screening fills the point position. Okay, so 2 can reverse to 3, and 4 can reestablish the high post position, forming the new ball side triangle. 5 would simply slip down into the mid to weak side post position, and 2, after reversing to 3, simply fills the side position. Once again, getting us back into our base triangle set, now on the opposite side of the floor. So that's our basic wheel down play. Gives us good wheel action. Gets number 2 involved in the offense a little bit. Looking for 4 on the low post, or 2 coming off 3's down screen. This next example is similar to the wheel down method we just looked at. This is just simply called wheel up, where once again 1 enters the ball to 5, our ball side triangle, and instead of wheeling down, now we're going to wheel up. 4, once again, upon 5 catching the ball in the high post area, immediately flashes to the ball side low post position. Once again, if that's there, we're going to enter the ball with a high-low situation and let 4 attempt to score the ball. If it's not there, this time now we're wheeling up. So 1 makes his middle cut here, 1 makes his middle cut, and 2 follows. 2 follows a little more shallow here and wheels up, trailing 1. Remember last time 1 was trailing 2. In this situation here on our base wheel up play, 1 continues his middle cut to the low post area, 2 continues his wheel cut around the free throw line area here, and we set a staggered double for 2, or excuse me, for 3, who misdirects hard on a baseline cut and comes up hard like so off of the double screen from 2 and 1. Once again, 5 looks quickly to the low post, 4 flashing, and then he turns, pivots out, and looks for 3 coming off of the double staggered screen from 1 and 2. Okay? If he doesn't get it, or if the shot's not there, we've passed out to 3 here, the shot's not there, 1 continues, fills the corner position, 2 fills the point position, 3 reverses to 2, 4 reestablishes the high post position, reforming the ball side triangle, 5 slides down to the mid post position, and 3, after reversing the ball to 2, simply fills the side position on the opposite side of the floor, once again putting us in our basic 3-side triangle offense set, with the ball side triangle being formed on the opposite side of the floor. So that is our basic wheel up play. That's wheel up. Okay, off of basic high post ball side triangle entry. This next example we simply call switch. Once again, we have a ball side high post entry to 1 to 5. 1 makes his middle cut, begins to make his middle cut here. 2 misdirects and makes his baseline cut. Once again, on these cuts, these basic middle and baseline cuts, if they're open on give and go situations, we'll always try to hit one of those for the easy score. In this situation here, Remember, in the past, 4 has been flashing across on the wheel plays, flashing across the lane for low post position immediately upon the high post entry. In this case here, 4 misdirects into the lane as if he's flashing across and simply steps out and back screens for 3, who's going to be making a baseline cut. 3 misdirects high, 3 misdirects high, uses 4's back screen, and also uses 2's screen. If 2 does not receive the pass on the give and go on the baseline cut, he continues through to the mid lane area, and also back screens for 3. So 3 uses 4's back screen and also uses 2's back screen to the baseline area, looking for the medium to a long range jump shot on the baseline area. 5 once again checks the middle and the baseline cuts. If not there, he immediately checks for 3 coming on the baseline shot. If this is open, we'll hit that, and 3 has the opportunity to score the ball from the baseline position. Now, same thing here. If 1 does not receive the give and go pass from 5, he continues, may have to motor down a little bit here, and he's also going to set a screen, and he's going to screen the screener. 2 screens for number 3, and then immediately releases using 1 screen right here, and actually may want to be curling back slightly towards the middle right there. And we're going to also look for that 15 to 18 foot jump shot. So once again, 5 can check the baseline here for 3's open jump shot, or after that, 1 screening for 2, and we'll also look for that. Okay. Now this is a little different here. This is a little different idea here on as far as resetting into the ball side triangle. What we'll do right here is, if it's not there, we still want to release the ball to number 2, and then 5 will down screen for 3, who didn't receive the ball. 3 will come up here looking for the open jump shot. If that's there, we'll simply go 2 to 3 and hit that. And if not, notice 4, after screening, back screening for 3 over here, has released to the corner position, and 1 after screening for 2, screen the screener, has released to the point position. Now, if that's not there, if the down screen for 3 off the baseline cut is not there, 2 simply reverses the ball to 1, and 5 off of the down screen now fills the high post, and we've got back into our basic ball side triangle on the opposite side of the floor. So that again is our switch play, another good base play off of the high post entry on the triangle side of the set. This next play we simply call trail, and the idea here is that after the high post entry, 1 will be trailing 2 on his cut, similar to the wheel down effect we had earlier. Once again, we have high post entry to number 5. 2 misdirects and makes his baseline cut. If not there, 2 continues all the way to the opposite side corner, filling the corner position. Here, 1 misdirects high and trail cuts behind 2. Now right here, if the give and go situation also presents itself to number 1, we surely are going to take advantage of that. Okay, if not, 1 continues through trailing number 2, and he comes down here, and he's going to screen for 4, who's going to establish low post position. Once again, he slides down, and he can come over the top of the screen, simply reading his defender, or the bottom of the screen. And that's our base trail play. 3 trails these cuts here and comes high. 5 simply looks for the give and go situations, and also looks for 4 in the low post position. To reset out of this, 2 has already filled the corner. 1, after screening for 4, simply comes up here and fills the point position. 5, if the give and goes to 1 and 2 are not there, and if the low post positioning by 4 is not there, simply reverses the ball out high to 3. 3 can reverse to 1, who has filled the point position, and now 4 establishes the ball side triangle by flashing to the high post, and 5 once again moves down into the mid post area. 3, after reversing the ball to 1, simply moves to his side position, and once again we're ready to go with the ball side triangle forming on the opposite side of the floor. In this next example, we simply call this single, where we're using a single down screen for 4 instead of 3 for the 15 to 18 foot jumper. This once again is off of the basic high post entry to 5. So 1 enters to 5, 2 misdirects high, makes his baseline cut, and if not there, fills the weak side corner position. In this situation here, once the ball is entered, we want 3 breaking slightly high and hopefully influencing the defense. The defense. 1 makes his middle cut here. 1 makes his middle cut. If the give and go situation is not there, 4 has misdirected low and simply uses 1's single screen looking for the 15 to 18 foot jumper. Once again, 5 checks the baseline cut, checks the middle cut. If not, he knows he's got 4 coming off here. We've got 3 influencing high, and 5 checks 4 for the intermediate 15 to 18 foot jump shot. Obviously 4 has to be able to shoot the ball a little bit to run that scheme right there. For the reset, 5 can either pass out high to 3, or if he's passed to 4 here, that's pretty simple. 1 after screening for 4 simply fills the point position. 2 has already filled the corner position. Okay, 2 has already filled the corner position. And what we can do is simply reverse the ball. If 4 has received the pass from 5, 4 can simply reverse to 1 in that situation, or if 3 has received the outlet pass from 5, he can simply dribble over and reverse the ball to 1. And then it's up to you what you want to do. 4 can either slide directly back down on the high post, or 5 can simply come through the lane like that, and 4 could fill the mid to weak side post position, and then 3 would simply slide down in the side set. So it's up to you right there what you want to do with your post people as far as who you want reestablishing the ball side triangle. We've used both methods as far as what post player we want to fill the high post off of that particular play right there, and either method is effective. Off of that same action, we'll run another play that we call double instead of single. Now where 4 will be using a double screen for the open jump shot. Once again, this is off of high post entry to 5 from the ball side triangle. 2 misdirects, makes his baseline cut, and if it's not there, he continues through and fills the weak side corner position. Last time on the single play, we had 3 coming out high and influencing out high here. Well, this time 1 makes his middle cut. If it's not there on the give and go, he continues down and sets the screen low for 4. 3 now comes out high, and then as 1 passes by, he reverses and trails him, and now sets a double staggered screen for 4. 4 misdirects low, comes off of those 2 screens, looking for the 15 to 18 foot jump shot right there. Now off of these actions here, to reset, 1 after screening reverses out to the point position, 3 continues through to the side position, which will now be the new side position, and 5 simply reverses to 4, who reverses to 1. And once again, it's your choice as far as if you want 4 to slide down, or 5 to come across the lane and 4 to slide down in the weak side post position as far as reestablishing the ball side triangle. So that's our base double play off of the action before. So far now we've been looking at basic plays. First of all, our continuity series off of the 3 side set, and various plays that we can use off of the high post entry to change up our continuity a little bit. I'd like to cover now reversing the ball from the triangle set. And note again, from this set right here, 1 has some basic choices. He can high post enter to 5, which is what we would like to do in the base offense. He can enter the ball to the corner, which we'll cover a little later on. And now, our first choice as far as reversing the ball is going to be to number 3. So that if 5 is defended tough, if 5 is defended, if 2 is defended tough, or if we just choose to reverse the ball on our own, 3 simply breaks high to the top of the key, directly outside of the 3-point area. Okay, so that's our basic reversal. 1 enters the ball to 3 on the entry pass. And what we immediately like to do is establish a high post threat on the weak side. So 4 immediately steps up as the ball is in the air and 3 is receiving the pass. 4 steps up immediately to the high post area. Off of this action, we have 2 things that 2 can do, or excuse me, that 3 can do. 3 now has the ball at the 3 top set, 4 flashes to the high post. We can enter the ball, which we like to do immediately to 4. At the high post, weak side post, we've got weak side high post with number 4 right here. So once again, 3 flashes hard to the top of the key, 1 reverses the ball, 4 immediately steps up to the high post position, and we enter the ball to him. Once that has been done, 3 has 2 choices, and usually we will predetermine what we want to do in this case. Our basic movement we simply call post handoff. Now, different teams have different terminologies for this. We simply call it post handoff. 3 immediately runs his route, or his path, right over the top of 4 who has caught the ball. Now, this can even be good for poor defensive teams in a give and go situation, where we simply enter the ball here and we can get a give and go situation right there with number 3. Okay? Our other basic movement that we have with number 3, he can enter the ball to 4 in the high post situation and screen away. And we simply call that 3 away. And we'll give you some examples of that a little later on. So this here is post handoff, our post handoff action. And this is our 3 away off of the reversal and entry, immediate high post entry to number 4. Note that on the post handoff, we're going to have a couple little change-ups. If 3's defender on the post handoff action, if he starts to trail and then ducks behind 4 here, we can have a simple little read with 4 and 3, where 4 simply hands the ball back off to 3 or flips the ball out to him. 4 turns in and screens right there. And if 3 reads this, 3 can actually fade to the wing area here a little bit, and 4 can immediately pass back to 3, turn, screen his guy, and 3 has the open shot. Now, if that happens, and perhaps 4's man steps out, now we may have a nice switch mismatch here, where if 4's man steps out on 3 on the post handoff, and 4 is turned and sealed here on 3, we now may have a good post matchup there with 3's defender now on 4, which could get us in a situation where a perimeter type defender is on one of our post players, and we obviously will take advantage of that. So there's our base reversal with our post handoff method, and also our 3 away, where 3 would enter to the weak side high post and then screen away. Off of the basic reversal, where once again 1 has reversed to 3, 3 has immediately entered to 4 on the weak side high post, we have some basic movements. I'd like to cover those next for you. And this is assuming that 3 does not receive the post handoff reversal pass back from 4. This is assuming that it's not there, and we continue our movements. Our first basic movement we simply call double. This is what we call double off of the weak side post entry. 3 has entered, and he runs his post handoff. Coming through like so. As this is happening, as the ball has been reversed to 4, 5 and 1 come down like so and set a solid double screen for number 2. Once again, we call this play double because we're setting a double screen. Now, you can either run a solid double screen, or have 1 come in here a little closer and run a staggered double, however you want to do it. So far we've been using a lot of staggered doubles. In this case here, let's just show it with a solid double. 2 misdirects towards the baseline as if he is baseline cutting, and he simply comes off the double screen looking for, once again, this 15 to 18 foot jump shot. If it's there, 4 simply enters the ball, gives the post handoff action right here with 3 coming outside after the reversal pass, and he can hit 3 on the double. Now, if 3 does not receive the pass, 3 continues through the lane to the mid lane area, and after 1 has screened for 2, in this case off of the solid double screen, 1 comes off of 3's screen now and looks for the intermediate 15 to 18 foot jumper on this side of the floor. So once again, 4 catches the reversal pass, looks at the post handoff action, if it's not there, looks for 2 coming off the double screen, and then 1 coming across off of 3's screen, and 3 after screening continues through the lane. So there's our basic double play, off of weak side high post entry. This next play we simply call back, and once again this is off of the weak side high post entry. 3 has entered the ball to 4, now runs his post handoff action, and in this case here, if the post handoff action is not there, we want 3 to simply pop out to the point position. In this case here, what we're doing, 5 moves down to the low post position, 2 begins his baseline cut and now reverses, and with 5 sets a solid double back screen for number 1. Number 1 misdirects high and uses the double solid back screen right here, looking immediately from the pass from 4. So 4 immediately looks. If we've got that right there off of the double back screen, we will certainly take it. Off of these screens, we want 5 stepping directly back towards the ball. We want 5 stepping back to the ball. If his defender steps out and helps right here, we want 5 stepping back for the open shot right there, 8 to 10 feet from the basket, and 2 immediately releases high for the 15 to 18 foot perimeter shot right there. If 1 does not receive the ball, he simply fills the corner position as so right there. So that's our basic back play. Once again, looking for the back screen, number 1 coming off of 5 and 2's double screen. This is a fun little play we've developed. We call this play low split. A low split, basically splitting our perimeter players 1 and 2 down low with number 5. Once again, 1 has reversed the ball to 3. 3 has immediately reversed the ball to the high post position. 3 runs his post handoff action. If it's not there, we want him immediately filling the point position. In this case here, what we're doing, 5 moves low as the reversal has occurred. 5 moves low, and he's going to be screening. And what we'll do is 1 will baseline cut hard. 1 cuts hard to the baseline, and right off of 1's butt, 2 misdirects hard to the baseline, and right as 1 is coming by and 5 is moving low, 2 cuts hard right to the middle of the paint area there, looking for the quick shot or the layup if he can rub his defender off of 1 and or 5. So once again, we're simply splitting right here. We're splitting those perimeter players over the top of 5 and looking for the quick inside shot with number 2. If that's not there, 1 immediately reverses and uses 5 screen for the 15 to 18 foot perimeter shot right there. If 2 does not receive the ball, he simply fills the corner position, and 5 once again off of 1's screen immediately steps directly back to the ball. Anytime we can get this where 5 stepping back to the ball, we obviously want to take that shot. So once again, 4 is looking first for 2 coming here, 1 coming off, 5's down screen, and then 5 stepping back to the ball. And we once again simply call that play low split. A simple little action we obviously can use from the reversal is a simple pick and roll. I'd like to cover that right now, where 1 has reversed the ball to 3, and in this case we're showing 4 with the ball, but that's wrong. 3's got the ball, and once again we can simply just step out here. 4 just steps high, and we're going to run basic pick and roll with 3 and 4. And what we'll do here, if 3 can take it to the hole off of the pick, we always want to do that. If 3 can come off here and take the open jump shot, we always want to go for that. And we'll have 4 here roll down, the lane line right here. He simply rolls here. Now what we'll get, we've kind of screwed around with this a little bit. We try to keep 1 and 2 nice and wide out here so that their defenders are out of the play. If we get a true switch right here, about the only way they can stop the roll is to have 5's man help right there. And what we'll do, we just teach 5 to simply pop high, and then we'll kick it right there for the short jump shot for 5. So that's our basic pick and roll off of the reversal action. Note also that what we can do, we can enter the ball to 4. Let me erase this stuff so that you guys can see this a little better. What we can do off of this also, 3 has entered the ball to 4, and we can run our post handoff action. 4 immediately goes back to 3, who steps high, and now 4 here sets a pick and roll this way with 3 coming. Now 4 rolls here, and we can do a variety of things here. We would obviously like 5 probably just to get out of the way, and now we can look for 2's and 1 defender, especially 2's. If he's going to step in here and help on the drive, then obviously we've got 2 for a possible 3-point situation. So that's just another look at pick and roll off of the base high post entry, weak side high post entry, where this time we have used the post handoff action and we decide to run pick and roll. So just a little different change up right there for you. We talked a few minutes ago about our 2 actions with 3 upon the high post weak side reversal to 4. We've just looked at some examples with the post handoff action. Let's now take a couple looks at what we do with our 3 away action. And basically our 3 away action stems from the fact that we have a hard time entering the ball to 4 at the normal high post position right here. And we will use the 3 away action when 4 has to pressure release to the point position and reverse the ball in that method. So if 4 is defended tough here and we can't enter the ball, we'll have 4 immediately release to what we now call the post point position, since we have a post pressure releasing to the point position. Once we've entered the ball here, it's kind of hard to run post handoff action 23 feet from the basket. So what we'll do, anytime we have to pressure release the post to the point position, 3 now is going to screen away. In our base 3 away action, once we've released to the pressure point post position, 5 simply steps in here and will back screen for 2. 2 misdirects high, and he's always looking for the immediate entry pass if we can somehow rub his defender off. If he doesn't receive that immediate pass, he simply fills the corner position, and 3 has screened away for 1, who misdirects low and then comes over the top as such. 4 can enter the ball to 1 looking for the shot or perhaps the penetration if it's there. If not, 5 simply steps back to the ball and then continues and fills the high post position. Note now that 3 can simply fill the side position, and we can do a couple differing things here. We can pass the ball to 1, and then 4 can slide down into the mid post situation there, and 1 can now dribble over here, and we have now once again formed the ball side triangle. Or 4 can simply keep the ball at the post point position, and on the backside here we would now want 3 in the post, and then 1 would fill the side position. So a couple different things you can do there. If you don't want 3 and 1 in the post position, you can have 4 reverse the ball to 1, fill the weak side post position, and then 1 dribble enter to form the new ball side triangle. So that's our basic 3 away action. Remember, we use 3 away action on the reversal when we have to pressure release 4 to the point position. Another example of 3 away action is what we call 3 away double. In this case here, once again, 4 has had to release to the point position, the post point position. 3 enters the ball. He now knows he automatically is in a 3 away situation, In this play here, 5 moves down like so. 1 cuts to the baseline, continues through the lane and fills the corner side opposite. 3, after passing to 4, is now running his 3 away action. And in this case here, he's going to set a solid double screen for 2, who once 1 has cleared through, has misdirected hard to the baseline and comes off hard here off of 3 and 5's double screen, looking for the perimeter 18-foot jumper. After 2 has come through, 5 once again is stepping back to the ball and filling the high post area. So that's our 3 away double play. Using the same actions, we can now run 3 away reverse, where we simply interchange the person coming off the double screen. Once again, 4 is released to the point position, and 3 has reversed to him at that spot. 5 is still setting the screen, as is 3, setting the double screen. Remember, before 1 cleared through and 2 came off on the double screen. Now 2 simply baseline cuts, fills the corner position. 1 trail cuts, misdirects hard, and reverses his direction and comes up looking once again for the 18-foot jumper. 5 off of this, is stepping back to the ball, filling the high post position. So that's our 3 away reverse action right there. This next play is once again off of 3 away action. 4 has released to the point position. 3 has reversed to 4 at that position there. 2 baseline cuts, looks for the ball quickly and fills the corner opposite. In this case here, 5, actually, I got a little ahead of myself. 5 is actually setting a back screen for 2, and we'll look for 2 right here in the middle of the lane. If he's there, we will certainly hit 2 in the paint area. And off of this screen, what we'll simply do, 3 away, now simply comes down and screens for 5. And he's coming up looking for, again, the intermediate perimeter jump shot. If 5 does not receive the ball, he simply fills the high post, and 1 moves to the top position, 3 moves to the side, once again forming the new ball side triangle. So that's just simple 3 away down play for number 5. We have been looking at examples the past few minutes of reversing the ball by reversing high to 3, who is broken to the top of the key, and then entering the ball to 4 at the high post weak side position. Another way we can reverse the ball is to immediately or directly go to the weak side post, who breaks to the mid free throw line area. In this case here, 3, remember, is breaking high above the top of the key for the reversal pass from 3. If that's defended, if that is defended tough, and we also can't enter to 5 or 2, 4 can also immediately break to the mid free throw line area, slightly above the free throw area, and 1 can immediately release to him on the weak side post flash right there. Our basic movement off of that is we want to immediately go to a give and go situation with 4 and 3. Note also that if we are aligned in our 3 top position to start with, if we are aligned in our 3 top position to start with, we can also release 4 directly to the mid free throw line area there for the weak side post direct entry. Once again, whether 3 has started on the 3 side set or the 3 top set, we want to immediately go for the give and go as such, so that 4 is catching the pass here, 3 breaks as the ball is in the air, and can receive the give and go. Amazing enough, that is actually there more times than you would believe, and we get that probably at least 1 time a game the first time we run the direct entry to the weak side post. So let's look at a few examples off of the direct entry to the weak side post and some of our actions off of that entry. Note with some of these actions we're going to get a lot of movement crossing across the key, and we can get a lot of options off of these basic reversal entries to 4 directly at the free throw line area. Note here I've got 4 drawn in with the ball. where he is broken from his weak side post position, and 1 has immediately entered to 4. 3 now is at the top set, whether he is broken from the side set or whether he initially aligned in the 3 top set. Our first play is simply a double action, once again a double screen action off of the weak side post entry. 3 almost always runs the automatic give and go situation with 4 upon the direct entry to 4. So once again, we'll show that. He immediately runs his give and go situation right there. In this case here, initially upon the entry to 4, 2 baseline cuts, and now what he's going to do is he's going to use a screen from 3 off of 3's give and go action, and 2 is breaking hard across the lane and using 3's screen for the immediate look for the, once again, 15 to 18 foot jump shot. Now off of this, what we're going to do is, once again, this can either be a staggered or a solid double screen. In this case here, we'll draw it up as a solid. Upon the entry to 4, 5 and 1 move down low, slightly inside the paint right there. And after 3 screens for 2, he breaks hard and uses this double screen again for the nice intermediate perimeter jump shot right there. And what we'll do off of that in order to get back into our base sets is 2, if he doesn't have the ball, can continue on through to the point position. 1, after screening, double screening for 3, continues to the corner position, and now we have some semblance of a reset. And once again, I want to remind you too, 5 can always, off of this double screen, step directly back to the ball, and we can always look for that step back. And another point on that, we get more of those step backs than you would probably believe by just looking at the basic plays here. But 5 is always looking off of those down screens and those double screens to step back to the ball, whether it's 4 or 3 or whoever has the ball on the perimeter or post positions. 5 is always looking to step back and take advantage of any defensive situation we can get there. In this next example, we use a double screen with a reverse action. Once again, 1 has automatically entered directly to the high post, the weak side post coming across to the free throw line area, and we get our automatic backdoor give and go situation with 3 right there. In this case here, 5 and 1 move low. 5 and 1 move low. Once again, setting a solid double. In this case here, 2 has misdirected on his baseline cut and comes off of 5 and 1's double screen. And once again, we're looking for that intermediate jump shot. 4 can hit that automatically if it's there. Now off of this action right here, what we're going to do, if 3 does not receive the backdoor cut, he's going to come to the middle of the paint area, and now he's going to screen for 1 who has screened for 2, and now we're looking for that shot there. So first we're looking for 2 coming off the double, 1 coming off of 3 screen. 3 continues through to the side position, and once again 5 can always be stepping back to the ball looking for the easy bucket there. So that's our basic double reverse type action off of the direct weak side post entry. In this next example, we use a trail technique and a little different change up from the past couple examples. Once again, this is weak side entry directly to the weak side post. 3 automatically runs his backdoor give and go situation. In this case here, what we're going to do, 1 is going to trail on top of 3. So instead of 1 cutting low and setting a double screen or whatever he was doing before, 1 now trails 3 on the wheel type cut to the top. In this case here, 5 and 2 move low, and now off of 3's basic backdoor action, he uses 5 and 2's double screen, looking for, once again, the good perimeter look there. What we'll do now is 1 off of the trail cut, comes down low here, and he's going to screen for 2, who comes off of the double screen, and he's also looking for the nice perimeter shot. 1 off of this simply fills the corner, And once again, 5 is stepping back to the ball, being aware of a 3-second violation, but quickly can step back to the ball and look for the easy bucket right there. And in this case here, once again, we've got the corner and point positions and new high post positions being filled directly off of the play. So that's our basic trail play off of the weak side direct entry to the high post. I want to cover quickly our basic scheme when we enter the ball to the corner. We haven't covered that yet. This is a basic thing that we do. Very rarely do we want to purposely enter the ball in the corner. However, there may be times when the corner man looks like he's open, or the other players are defended tough and we don't want to reverse the ball, where we can enter directly into the corner. This case here, 2 simply releases slightly, and we reverse the ball, or we don't reverse the ball, we enter the ball to 2 in the corner. And what we'll do off of this is 1 will automatically give and go cut through the lane. So we'll enter the corner and we'll cut through looking for a give and go situation. If it's not there, 1 moves to fill the weak side corner position. If 3 in this case is at his side position, we want to slowly be moving towards the top position. 4 also will be clearing slightly and moving towards the high post weak side position. Once 1 has cleared through, 5 simply steps out, and we don't want 2 to be trapped in the corner, so we automatically go into a pick and roll situation with 2 driving hard to the middle, coming off, 5 rolls to the basket, and now we can look for 3 and 4, and also 1 if 1's man decides to step back and help. 2 now has the option, he can shoot, penetrate, 5 on the roll, and these 3 players spotting up. So that's what our basic movement off of the corner entry will be, where we will clear through automatically with a give and go cut, step out, and automatically go into a pick and roll situation with the other 3 players spotting on the perimeter. If 4 is a good shooter, we can also release him directly to the point position, and now we're spotting for 3-pointers with 2 and 5 using the pick and roll action. So that's our basic action off of the corner entry, and we want to use that because we simply don't want 2 to get trapped in the corner, and we immediately go into the pick and roll situation off of 1's cut through. That about wraps it up today for our base look at the triangle offense. There are a few more special little plays that we incorporate into the triangle offense. But as far as getting yourself established and getting yourself going with a triangle offense, what we've shown you today should be plenty to get you going and get you into the base offense. Of interesting note is I understand where the popularity and the widespread use of the triangle offense, if it is widespread, has come from today with the popularity of some of the pro teams. We know they're using it. And however, it's interesting to note that the triangle offense, as far as I understand it, was first developed in the early to mid 1960s. And my grandfather was a head coach here in Montana for 31, I think, or 34 years, something like that, out in eastern Montana. And I've had numerous people involved with the game of basketball here in our state claim that he was using the triangle offense back in the early and mid 1960s and was using it with some effectiveness as he led his teams to 6 state championships and ended his career as the all-time leader in victory. So it is interesting to note that this offense has been around for a long time, and it's continuing to be very effective. I'm lucky enough to have some of the films and the family heritage to have this offense passed down to me, and can tell you that I've used it with a great deal of effectiveness, and I believe that it truly is about the most effective offense to use at any level of basketball. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the triangle offense. I hope we have shown you some things that can help your team and help you establish a base triangle offense for your team. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you down the road. Welcome, everyone. Today's topic is motion offense. Before actually getting into the X's and O's that comprise some of our motion offense attack, I'd like to first talk a little bit about some of the base philosophies, rules, and responsibilities for the motion offense. And first of all on the list is motion offense and base philosophy of the motion offense. And basically, our base philosophy for motion offense is when we are teaching offensive basketball at the high school level, we want to start with the idea that we can run an offense that is effective versus man defense or zone defense or any type of gimmick defense that we may see. And by gimmick, I mean a triangle and two or a box and one, perhaps a matchup zone. Any type of defense that we see, we'd like to be able to start the season with some sort of offense that can be effective versus any of those defenses. And we feel that motion gives us that opportunity as far as using an offense that we can be effective with versus any type of defense that we see at the start of the season. We talk about continuity a little bit. Continuity is just a word that we use where our sets are consistent, our offensive movements are consistent, and that we can reset and continue the offense without a bunch of differing plays that are not part of the offense. So a little bit of our philosophy is that motion provides us with a good continuity offense, and once again something that we can start the season with that allows us to be effective versus most defenses we're going to see. Our base set for the motion offense is the 3-2 set, and by motion 32 or a 32 set, we're simply referring to that usually we're going to have 3 perimeter players along with 2 post players. So that's all that means there. And primarily the posts are going to work the paint area with the 3 other players, the 1, 2, and the 3, working the perimeter. However, we will see that there are going to be opportunities and times within our basic movements that a perimeter player may end up in the post and vice versa. So our base set is the base 3-2 set. We talk about, when we start teaching the motion offense, we talk about back responsibility, and this is generally the responsibility of the 1 guard, except when the point guard ends up in a corner position, and when this happens, we simply have the 2 guard be responsible for what we call back responsibility as far as the defensive end is concerned. We also emphasize offensive rebounding, and obviously the offensive rebounding part of the game is very important. We teach our rebounders to start rebounding before the shot, trying to read the shot, and as the season progresses, our players are hopefully going to become more familiar with when a shot is going to be taken within the offensive movements and when they should start positioning themselves for the offensive rebounding. Spacing is a simple idea within any type of offense you're going to run, and we strive in the motion offense for 15 to 18 foot spacing, and at times the offense we may get a little out of kilter or a little confused. If this happens, we tell our people the post, we want you to get low opposite as far as low post opposite, and with the perimeter people balancing themselves up 15 to 18 feet apart once again, just to keep the spacing and the movements consistent with the motion offense. Screening and moving without the ball, obviously, again, these are points that are relevant to any offensive ideas and any offense you're going to run. We talk a lot about screening and moving without the ball. Players without the ball should always be using V-cuts, misdirection, and so on when setting up screens and asking for the ball. When receiving picks and screens, we want the picks and screens to be as tight as possible, and we always tell our people to pick meat, not air, and by meat we mean pick a player. Don't just run over and set the screen on air. If that's the case, then there's no reason to run the motion offense, as obviously the offense will be a little more effective if we're going to execute the screens properly. So these are just, again, a few things that we emphasize to the players when first discussing the motion offense without getting into any X's and O's. A few more rules that we have that we emphasize before teaching the actual X's and O's of the motion offense. We have specific ball possession rules, and this isn't a tough idea to grasp. Our basic ball possession rule within the motion offense is we tell the player after he receives the ball to count 1001, 1002, and then do the best thing. If he holds on to the ball any longer, obviously the offense is going to stagnate, and that is something we do not want. The quicker we can move the ball, the quicker we can reverse the pass, so on and so forth, obviously the more effective motion offense is going to be for us. So once again, the rule is 1001, 1002, do the best thing. The next thing that we emphasize within the motion offense is perimeter possession rules. And basically, our perimeter possession rules are the same as our ball possession rules. However, we emphasize the triple threat where the player has the option to shoot, dribble, or pass, and that we're always squaring up to the basket. And some of these things are fundamental basketball techniques, but once again, we re-emphasize them, and we hit on these things hard because it's easy for some of the players to forget some of these basic rules and fundamentals. So our perimeter possession rules are the same as the ball possession rules: square up to the basket, triple threat, and then it's 1001, 1002, and he better be doing the best thing, whether it's pass, dribble, shoot, again from the triple threat position. The next thing of emphasis is putting the ball on the floor and when that should happen, and specifically putting the ball on the floor from the perimeter. And we have 5 quick rules that we use as far as when a player on the perimeter should put the ball on the floor. Number 1, if they're going to increase their passing angle to a post player, they are allowed to put the ball on the floor. Number 2, penetrate if a zone defense rushes you. Obviously, that is an advantageous movement for an offensive player. Number 3, penetrate versus zone if the defense gives you a gap. Number 4, use partial penetration versus a zone when you want the defense to guard you in order to create an open scoring area for a teammate. And obviously, this is just a simple fundamental guard rule where you're drawing the defense, and you're attempting to dish the ball. We've heard famous TV announcers call that the 3 Ds, whatever you want to call it. It's the drive, draw, dish theory of the guard play from the perimeter. And number 5, a player is allowed to put the ball on the floor if he just simply needs to get himself out of trouble. So that's our basic perimeter possession rules as far as putting the ball on the floor. As far as putting the ball on the floor from the post position, post players may use the dribble, and we emphasize one dribble for a power layup situation when they turn baseline. However, we teach our players to be very cautious about putting the ball on the floor into the middle of the paint. We run into so many collapsing defenses and double and triple teams that many times a post player that's going to put the ball on the floor in the paint area is just asking for trouble. So basically, we want that post player, if he's going to take a hard baseline turn power layup situation, we will allow a one dribble situation as far as putting the ball on the floor from the post position. As far as passing is concerned, we don't have a lot of specific rules. We do emphasize one area, and that is that we teach our players to pass away from the defense, and that simply just means basically keep the ball moving. And you'll constantly hear us in practice yelling to pass away from the defense, and obviously as we progress into the offense, the passing is going to become a little more fluid and a little more effective, and helping us getting into motion offense with a purpose, or just simply running the offense with some fluidity and a little bit of effectiveness. Shot selection, once again, these are just little emphasis things that we put on the players. Shot selection obviously is very important, and we always say if we come down and take a bad shot, it's just like a turnover. You might as well just turn around and hand the ball to the opponent if you're just going to come down and throw up something that isn't in your repertoire as far as a shot that you have shown that you can shoot with some proficiency. And we just basically tell the people who are going to shoot the ball, you should be open, you should be in range, and you should be balanced up, obviously, and shooting a shot that the player has demonstrated some proficiency in consistently making. And these are some pretty simple ideas. If we have a guy who can't make it from 15 feet, we don't want him coming down and the first time he's open taking a shot from the three-point line. So that's a pretty basic idea. Motion as a delay offense. Obviously, you can run most offenses as a delay offense. When we want to use motion as a delay offense, we'll yell motion 75, and that simply means that we don't want to take anything but a shot that has a 75% chance of making, and basically that's a layup. So if you don't have a layup, or if you don't have a 5-foot shot, you better not be taking it as far as the delay offense is concerned. Motion 75 or motion delay offense can be very effective, and when executed properly, it's an excellent delay offense. One-on-one moves, once again, is an area of emphasis that we talk about before teaching the actual movements of the motion offense. And we want our players obviously working on one-on-one moves. Usually a team is blessed with a couple players that obviously are a little more talented than the others, and there's going to be times when we want these players to put the ball on the floor when they've got the ball and take it to the basket. So we just tell our players that within the offense they've got to recognize when to take the ball to the basket, when to take the shot, when to pass, when to put the ball on the floor, all of these things that we've been talking about. We also talk about a little thing that came up a few years ago where there was a player always talking about my game, and my game is off, and his game was off, and that he needed to improve his game. And that's obviously the type of talk that within an offense like motion, we don't want to hear much of that type of talk. Sure, we're going to have our primary scorers, and we're going to have maybe one or two players that are a little more talented, but we don't like to talk about my game or that reference. So we like to talk about our game and our offense and not one individual player. So once again, just something that we kind of hit the players with before we introduce the offense. And this goes along and ties in obviously with individual roles. And the fact is, in the game of basketball, some kids are just better scorers than others. And others have to accept the fact that they're not going to be averaging 20 or 25 points per game, and that we are not setting up the entire offense around them. And some of these kids come through the middle school and junior high programs where perhaps they were Mr. All-American everything and averaged in the 20s or whatever the case may be. And when they reach a varsity level, there's now 3, 4, maybe 6 players that have the same ability and perhaps better ability than themselves. So we tell our players that you must accept your role, and that if you're not the primary scorer, there are tons of other ways within the offense to help the team and increase their chances of playing. And here's a little list. We have a list of 10 things that we tell the players how they can help their individual role help the team. And number 1, obviously, this is a good one, is setting solid screens and setting up the scores. Number 2, moving without the ball, cutting and concentrating on rebound position. Number 3, maintaining proper spacing and offensive positioning. Number 4, knowing when to serve as a pressure release for a perimeter player, and that's referring to the post players. Number 5, recognizing the proper entries and getting into the offense quickly and efficiently. You'll see we have 2 or 3 differing entries that the players must recognize based upon the point guard's movements, and this is one way that everyone on the team can help improve the team as far as recognizing those entries. Number 6, understanding how to balance up quickly when the offense is in disarray. That's what we were talking about a little earlier. Post getting low, opposite, perimeter people balancing up with spacing. Number 7, sacrificing their personal scoring stats for the benefit of the whole team. And that's just a simple fact. You just have to tell some of these people, you are not our primary scorer, and we have Joe Blow or Joe Smith over here, and he's going to be probably taking most shots on the team, and sometimes players will have a hard time accepting that, thinking that the offense should be more predicated around their abilities and not someone else's. Number 8, just simply learning how to be patient within the offense and being unselfish with the ball. And once again, that just ties in with all of these other things we're talking about as far as individual roles are concerned. Number 9, making crisp passes without holding the ball and stagnating the offense. And once again, that comes down to the basic ball possession rule within the motion offense, which is 1001, 1002, do the best thing. And number 10, moving quickly and fluently within all phases of motion offense. And once again, we're talking about things like moving without the ball, misdirection, V-cuts, and setting solid screens. Last thing that we kind of hit on and is a very important facet of any offense if you're going to be successful, and that's our point guard. And the point guard is the initial key to the motion offense. And besides being responsible for defeating full court pressure that may occur before we get into motion offense, the point guard really acts as the catalyst for the motion offense. He has to handle the ball properly, make solid entry passes. Many times the point guard simply is the main key for the motion offense. If we don't have a guard that can handle pressure, that can enter the ball properly, and they can do the things that we need out of our point guard, we're in big trouble. And if we're lucky enough to have a point guard that has a level head, who can handle pressure, can recognize some various defensive tactics that are going to be thrown at him, such as pressure, half-court traps, etc. And if we have some of those characteristics within our point guard, then we have a great chance to get a good start into the motion offense. What I'd like to do is we'll spend a few minutes, and I'm not going to get real technical as far as the motion offense is concerned. It's one of those offenses really where you've heard the acronym, I think that's the right word, acronym, KISS, the old keep it simple, stupid, or whatever the saying is for that. But it really is an offense where if we keep it simple, if we get a few basic movements down and a couple of differing set plays off of those movements, then we're really looking to have some success with those movements. So again, we're not going to get real technical. I'll show you 2 or 3 of our basic entries and the basic movements for the motion offense, and a couple of different set plays that we can add in, and we'll get a decent look and give you a little bit of a base motion offense to get started with. So let's get started with some of the X's and O's. Okay, let's start off first with basic wing entry. And wing entry is an entry that we see quite commonly in a lot of offenses, including motion. We'll start off showing entry to the 2 guard to the right. One has the ball at top and enters to 2 at the wing area. Upon the wing entry, within our basic motion movements, first let's look at the post, and what we'll do is we're going to screen across immediately upon the wing entry. So 4 is going to screen across for 5, and 5 has the choice. He can read his defender. 5 can fill the high post, or 5 can fill the low post. 4 is going to work opposite of 5 as far as filling the post. So if 5 goes high, 4 will fill low, and vice versa. If 5 goes low, 4 will fill the high post, ball side. So in this case, let's say 5 misdirects, reads his defender, and he fills the high post. 4 simply works back to the low post, and if any of these shot opportunities present themselves, obviously we can take them. This is a pretty good shot right here, a 15-foot elbow shot, and 4 working back at the low post. Now mind you again, if 5 fills low, then 4 will work back to the high post. So we're going to fill the high and low post with a simple screen across method upon the wing entry. Upon wing entry, you'll see some teams get lazy on this. We really want our 3 guard to misdirect nice and low. So we really want him cutting low, because 1's going to screen across for him. Once again, this is a facet of motion offense that some teams get lazy. This 3 will just kind of stand out here and then wait for 1. But we really want a good misdirection right there, because 1 is screening across, and 3 is coming off of 1 screen hard, looking for the shot right there. Once again, we're looking post fills first. We're going low high post with 4 and 5, and now we've got 3 coming off right here. If we can get this, 3 can even curl a little bit. If we can get that shot, we'll take it. So 2's looking at the post, and then he's looking at 3 coming off 1 screen for the 18 to 20 foot jumper right there. After 1 is screened, he'll break low a little bit, and then he will fill the wing position where 3 originally started at. So 1 after screening, breaks low, and then fills the wing position. So that's our basic wing entry movement, and that's our basic screen across method. We've got 3 nice looks at the basket with the 4 and 5 low and high post fills, and then 3 coming off of 1 screen for the perimeter jump shot. Okay, we're now in the following set off of wing entry, where 4 and 5 have filled the post, 3's come off of 1 screen, 2 still got the ball at the wing area. If nothing develops, we're going to reverse. We're going to go wing to point, reverse pass. So 2's going to pass to 3. Upon the wing to point pass, 4 automatically sets a back screen for 2. So 4 setting this back screen, like so, and 2 misdirects a little bit, and he's breaking right into the middle of the key area. So 3, he's got the ball here, and I got a little ahead of myself there. 3 is reversing to 1. Remember, 1 after screening for 3 moved down low, and by his moving down low, now he breaks back to the wing, and 3 is reversing to 1. So sorry, I got a little bit ahead of myself there. Upon this reversal pass, 4 is setting the back screen for 2. 2 misdirects, and he's coming directly into the middle of the key area right here. If he's open, we are going to enter the ball to 2, obviously, for the scoring opportunity. If 2 does not receive the pass, he immediately clears through the lane and to the corner. Now, a great look off of this is 4 stepping back to the ball. 4 stepping back into the paint area, maybe even a little lower, looking for the step back to the ball entry pass right there. And that's a great look right there, and we can get that more than you would believe. So once again, that's our basic reversal off of wing entry. We're now in the following set. 3 is reversed the ball to 1, 2 is filled the corner, 4 step back off of the back screen and then fills the low post if he does not receive the pass. 5 stays on the weak side, works the back side, waiting for the action to continue. From this set here, we like to enter to the corner. We'd like to enter to the corner. 3's out here replacing himself, moving without the ball. 1 upon the entry to 2, the corner entry, screens across for 3. And 3 fills 1 spot. 4 now, 5's working the backside. 4 is going to screen for 5. Screen across for 5, similar to when we first enter the ball to the wing. 5 once again can choose to fill high or low post. 4 is going to work opposite post of 5. So 5 fills low, misdirects, fills the low post. 4 is going to step back to the high post. With 2 with the ball now in the corner, he can look for 5 in the low post or 4 stepping back to the high post. Now if that's not there, 2 is going to reverse the ball back to 1, and once again we're looking for these opportunities right here. Right there. We're looking for those opportunities. Excuse me, he's going to reverse the ball back to 3, who has now filled the wing position off of 1's screen, and 1 simply fills out here high. If these post opportunities do not present themselves where 2 does not feel he can enter the ball, he'll reverse out to 3 off of 1's screen, and 2 immediately clears through to the opposite side of the floor. We're now in this set with 3 with the ball at the wing area. 1 is out high. 2 has vacated the corner to wing pass. 2 vacates the corner. Now 3 makes the wing to point pass. When this occurs, 5 knows what. He automatically is going to step out and set the back pick for the player who made the pass. As this happens, 1 passes the ball to 2. Now we've made 2 reversals of the ball. 3 misdirects, and he's coming off of 5's back screen looking for the scoring opportunity in the middle of the paint. If he doesn't receive the pass from 2, he continues through to the corner, and now 5 does what? Steps back to the ball, doesn't he? And we can, once again, we're looking for that. That's a great opportunity, stepping back off of that back screen. And 4 will slide down and continue to work the backside low post. Let's look at a situation here where the wing player, in this case 2, has chosen to enter the ball to the low post. In this case here, 2 entered the ball to 5. 5 has 4 basic options when the ball is entered to him. Number 1, he can score the ball. If he's got good post position, we want him to go up and score the ball. Number 5 is going to check the middle cut by the high post player. As the ball is being entered to 5, we want our high post player making the middle cut through the lane, looking for the ball in this area, and then continuing through to the low post weak side position. So once again, ball's entered to 5, 5 can score the ball, and he checks for the middle cut. His third option is reversing the ball to the opposite side of the floor in an area we call room 13, and room 13 is an area right next to the elbow, between the elbow and the 3-point line, and that's where this weak side wing player is going to step into. So 5 checks here, checks here to score the ball, and now if you look here, he's got 2 levels of vision here. As he's checking the middle cut, if he decides he doesn't want to score, checks the middle cut and now checks room 13. Why is room 13 open? Well, if they're playing zone, we might get some sort of sagging action here, leaving this weak side jumper open for hopefully what's a good shooter in number 3. And his fourth option is simply to reverse the ball back out to the wing or the point, and these players upon the pass, they want to be replacing themselves and moving without the ball. Let's take a look at basic slide entry. And slide entry is simply when man-to-man defense or whatever type of defense is playing our wings tough and we just decide we can't enter to the wings. We can simply use slide entry. Slide entry is going to allow us to go into motion offense almost exactly the same as if we had entered to the wing via the pass. Now only we're dribble entering or slide entering to the wing area. It's very simple. 1 just dribbles, and as 1 dribbles to the wing area, 2 simply vacates to the opposite side of the floor. 2 vacates to the opposite side of the floor. 3 misdirects low and cuts high. Remember before, 1 passed and then screened away, and now we simply just misdirect without the screen, and now we get the same action here with 4 screening across, 5 misdirecting, coming to the high post, 4 would fill the low. Once again, 4 and 5 can work that together. If 5 decided to go low, then 4 would step back high. So now we're in identical positions, and the motion can continue exactly as if we had entered via the wing entry. Let's take a look at post entry into the motion offense, and this is an excellent entry and provides good separation for the post player, provides another method of us entering the ball and getting into motion. What we'll do is 1 will establish a side, and whatever side we establish, and we don't want 1 slide entering now, 1's dribbling almost flat at a flat angle, we'll pull out the opposite post, which in this case is number 5. 5 misdirects low and then shoots directly out top to the top of the key, and 1 enters the ball to the post. Immediately upon the post entry, 4 sets the back screen for 2, who once again misdirects and comes into the middle of the paint area looking for the scoring opportunity. If it's not there, we want 2 to continue through the key, obviously to avoid the 3-second call. And once again, we've got 4 stepping directly back to the ball for the post-to-post pass situation. One thing that can help, 5 squares up with the ball directly over his head, and as 2 comes off the back screen, if he's not there and continues through, if 5 makes a quick ball fake to number 2, sometimes we can open up the middle of the lane for the step back situation with the post-to-post pass. Meanwhile, 3 is is moving low baseline, and he's checking to see if any of these 2 opportunities develop. If not, he breaks directly back to his position, actually more like this, and 5 can reverse the ball to number 3. Number 1, upon the post entry, breaks and replaces himself at that position there. So that's basic post entry. Continuing with post entry, 5 has now passed to 3, 2 has come off of the back screen and is filling the corner, 4 has stepped back to the ball, 1 has replaced himself. Upon the reversal pass from 5 to 3, 5 runs an immediate give and go situation. From 3 to 5, if it's open, we'll pass to 5 for the give and go layup, if it's there. If 5 does not receive the ball, he immediately picks across for number 4, who stepped back into the paint and refilled his weak side position. And now once again, we're simply working with the high-low post fills, and 3 is entering the ball to the corner to 2 off of the back cut. So now we've entered the ball to 2, 4 is working the backside post, 5 runs the give and go, he's not there, he screens across, 4 fills the low post in this situation, 5 fills the high post. And upon entering to 2 in the corner, 3 screens across for 1. If we pass out of the corner, 2 vacates, and we're back into basic motion offense. So that is post entry for motion offense. That about wraps it up for our basic look at motion offense. We didn't get real detailed there. I just wanted to make sure and give you guys the basic building blocks for our motion offense that have been successful for us, especially the 3 differing entries into the motion offense: wing entry, slide entry, and the post entry. All 3 very effective ways to get into basically any offense, especially the motion offense with those basic motion offense sets, the 3-2 set. Those 3 entries provide us with, again, pretty effective ways to get into our motion offense. So thanks a lot. Hope we've helped you a little bit with parts of your motion offense, and we will see you down the road. Welcome everyone. Today's topic is half-court offense from the 1-4 set, and we refer to this as our Man 14 offense. The book is entitled Man 14 Unstoppable Offense, and it's simply referring to whatever term you hear me use is a half-court offense from the 1-4 set. Generally, this is a man-to-man offense where we are going to use this type of offense versus a defense that's going to play us straight up man-to-man. As you can see here in the base half-court diagram, we're in a 1-4 set with 1, with the parentheses around 1 has the ball. Generally, we will start the offense from this position with 1 at the top of the key, with the ball, with the other players aligning, free throw line extended, in a base 1-4 set. To get players to get used to where they want to align, we simply have our even numbered players 2 and 4 aligned to the right, and our odd numbered players 3 and 5 aligned to the left. We have our post players aligned at the elbows, and our perimeter players align at the wing positions. Again, free throw line extended, 3-point line extended, somewhere in that area. We have 3 basic entries, although we have a 4th entry that we refer to as the corner entry from the 1-4 set. But our 3 base entries are wing entry, slide entry, and post entry. And we'll cover each of those in the next half hour, 45 minutes or so, and give you an idea of how we can get into the 1-4 offense effectively with each of those 3 entries. The first entry I'd like to cover is the basic wing entry, and one can choose either side that he wants to enter the ball. We don't have to specifically enter the ball to one side of the floor or another. As one comes down, he can establish the side. Our basic entries, obviously, we're going to have 3 and 2, 2 and 3. V cutting, triangle cutting in order to get open for the initial wing entry. When we enter the ball to the wing, we'd like our one guard to stay in about this area here. We don't want him getting too far over in this area, as you will see in a few minutes. This type of dribble entry will set up our post entry, and also once one gets too far, we'll simply go into a slide entry with our wing player. So we would like, if you extend the lane line extended there in this area here, assuming we're entering the ball to the right side of the floor, we would like our one guard in this area here, and then entering the ball to the wing. So that's just a basic idea there for our wing entry, and gives you an idea of where on the floor we would like the ball entered to the wing. A simple change up to the basic wing entry, many times we'll just simply do this out of transition, running the floor, is just simply have the perimeter players on the wings run what we refer to as a cross entry. And you can run this without even screening, but again, we can be coming out of transition, and in order to allow the wing entry to be a little more easy for us, we'll simply run a cross entry with 2 and 3, simply continuing their lanes low through the low key area and running a cross entry. Now if you would like, you can even change this to where one specified player is screening for the other, perhaps threes coming, screening for threes coming down, screening for 2, and then continuing up. But that's just a simple little change up for the wing entry, allowing your players to get into the offense a little more easily. Another entry for the wing entry is what we refer to as a weave or a clear entry, and this simply has one of our players clearing the side. In this case, we'll have 2 clear to the opposite wing area, and then 3 is going to execute what we refer to as a weave entry, and he simply weaves between the 2 post players to the opposite wing, starting low. So he'll start low under the 5 post player and weave his way through to the opposite wing, hoping to rub his guy off on one of those 2 big post players. Once again, that's just simply called a weave or a clear entry, and it has proven to be fairly effective for us getting in to the 1-4 offensive set. Okay, let's get into some of the actual actions that we use upon the wing entry. In all of the examples, we're going to be entering to the right side just for demonstration purposes. Remember, obviously, that one can enter the ball as far as the wing entry is concerned to either side, either to 2 or 3. But in this case, we'll look at some of these, most of these actions with 1 entering to 2 on the right side. Okay, so 1 is enter the ball to 2. Our basic action for the 1-4 offensive set upon wing entry is what we refer to as a guard rub. I've heard some teams use the terminology a shuffle cut. Whatever terminology you want to use, that's going to be our base action off of wing entry. And what we do there is 1 will simply try to rub his defender off on the high post upon the wing entry, ball side. So as the ball has been entered to 2, 4 simply steps up, and he's going to set a back screen or a shuffle cut screen, whatever you want to call that. We just simply call it guard rub. 1's going to misdirect. He misdirects slightly, and then he's coming right over the top of 4's screen. And any time that is open, anytime if 1's defender gets caught up right there and 4's defender doesn't help, we're automatically going to go in there for the easy layup. There's no reason not to. Obviously, that's the reason we are running the guard rub cut. Now remember, anytime that's open for a layup, 2's always looking at that upon the wing entry. Once 1 rubs off 4's screen there, we're looking for the layup. Now, once 1 has cleared through, he has 4 basic movements that he can execute. And these are very easy to learn, and these basic movements will get us into the base offense off of the wing entry. Now look, one is cleared through here to the low post area. If he doesn't receive the pass, we have a lot of options that we can go into. 4 can roll high, we can reverse the ball to him, or as I just specified, 1 can have 4 basic movements that he goes into. His 4 basic movements upon the completion of the guard rub cut are, in order here, he can screen directly across for another player, he can diagonal screen for another player, he can reverse screen up for 4, or if it was on the other side, for 5. Just screen directly, reverse screen for the high post that screen for him, or he can simply clear to the corner. So once again, he's got 1. His first movement can be screen across. His second movement, he can diagonal screen up. He can reverse screen up for 4, or his 4th movement could be that he clears to the corner. And once again, those are our 4 basic movements off of the shuffle cut or the guard rub cut. Let's further look at some of the actual offensive movements after the guard rub cut has been completed. This first action we refer to as 5 diagonal, and the reason we refer to that is after 1 has completed his guard rub cut, he's going to diagonal screen up for 5. So once again, we've entered the ball to 2. The ball's been entered to 2. 4 and 1. Execute the guard rub cut. And now, if the ball is not entered to 1 for the layup opportunity, he immediately diagonal screens for 5, who is in the opposite high post right here. So 2's got the ball. We have executed the guard rub cut. Now 1 diagonal screens for 5, who misdirects and comes over the top of the screen for obvious reasons there. We want to make sure that he's coming over the top so that 2 has a good passing angle. If 5 is open upon the diagonal screen, we always want to enter the ball to him. If he can establish good post position, we'll go right into him for the low post opportunity and hopefully the easy score. Now what we'll do off here, off of this, is a simple little exchange. After 4 has screened for 1 on the initial guard rub cut, he simply maneuvers himself into position right here at the free throw line area, and he's going to screen for 1 or rescreen for 1 after 1 has screened for 5. 3 is just hanging out over here, kind of moving around, keeping his defender occupied, maybe replace himself, whatever the case. He's just kind of hanging out there. But 4 rescreens for 1 after 1 screens for 5, and 1 is coming right off of 4 screen, looking for the open perimeter shot in that area right there. So in this little sequence here, 5 diagonal, we've got 1 guard rub cut. We can hit that if it's open. We've got 1 diagonal screening for 5 who misdirects. We've got 5 in the low post opportunity. And now we've got 4 rescreening for 1 after 1 has diagonal screen for 5. So that's kind of the order of actions right there. And these some of these actions that we're going to show you up here, it might look like it takes a long time to develop, but the opposite is actually the case, where these are quick movements and quick screens, and all of this happens within a few short seconds. We've got 3 nice looking opportunities off of a simple guard rub cut right there. If it's not there, we'll simply re-enter to 1 out top, and 5 and 4 simply re-establish post position, and we're back into the base 1-4 set, and we can continue the offense from there. This next movement is a simple reverse movement. We simply refer to this as 4 reverse. Again, assuming that we're entering the ball to the right. If it was to the left, we could call it 5 reverse, but I'll just call it 4 reverse here, again assuming that we've entered the ball to the right, to number 2. Once again, we'll execute the basic guard rub cut, misdirect over the top. And in this case here, instead of screening across or screening diagonal like we just had in the example before, 1 simply reverses his direction and rescreens for 4, who immediately, after screening for 1, holds his position and then uses 1 screen to fight into the low post. If 4 is there, 2 is going to enter the ball to him for the layup if it's there, and then 1 simply pops back out to the top of the key area, and if 4 is not there, we'll re-enter the ball to 1. 4 can re-establish high post position, and we're back into the 1-4 set. So that's just a simple little reverse action that sometimes can catch the defense off guard. 1's got to be a pretty tough kid right there in order to screen a postman's player, and if he's not going to set an effective screen, then running the reverse action is kind of a worthless effort. But if 1 is able to screen that guy, that's a simple little reverse action you can use off of the guard rub cut. This next action we refer to as 3 double. The reason is we're going to screen for 3, and then the screener is going to come off of a double screen. Once again, we've entered the ball to the right. We're going to execute the guard rub cut, and now if 1 doesn't get the ball on the layup opportunity, he's going to screen across. Remember, that's one of our base movements that we can use with 1 after the guard rub cut. In this case, he's screening across for 3. Remember, 3 double. And 3 is going to come cut low and use 1 screen to establish low post position. He can read his defender and come over the top or go low. And once again, if that is open, we'll go right into 3 from the wing entry right there, and we'll hit 3 for the layup opportunity. If that's not there, what we'll do is 5 moves low, and 4, after screening for 1, maneuvers himself for the back end of a staggered double right here, and 1's going to come off of this screen and break hard to the top of the key area for the perimeter shot. He doesn't necessarily have to get in range for a 3-pointer, but this is a nice little sequence right here where we screen across, establish the low post position, and then come off of a hard double right there for the perimeter shot. So once again, we've got some nice opportunities off of the guard rub cut. That, again, is what we refer to as 3 double. This next offensive movement is what we refer to as high double. And the reason we call it high double is because we're going to reverse the ball high first, and then we're going to look for a player coming off of a double screen. Once again, we've entered the ball to the right, and remember, this is all wing entry now. This is all wing entry, where 1 is entering the ball to 2 in the wing area. Once again, we'll execute the guard rub cut, and if that's there, we're always going to take it. What we're going to do here is 3 and 5, as the ball is being entered to the wing area, 3 and 5 are going to set themselves in a position to set a staggered double for 1, who immediately clears through. Okay, he's clearing through, and he's going to use that double screen. Meanwhile, what we've done is upon the guard rub cut by 1, 4 is going to roll high. Now it's surprising, 4 rolling high presents ourselves with a very easy way to reverse the ball. Why does this happen? Because many times 4's defender, who's sitting right here, will simply give a token step down to help on the 1 rub cut. Perhaps 1's defender fights over the top and is trailing a little bit, so 4's defender will step down, give a little token help. Or if 1's defender goes behind and chases, 4's defender may step out here, hedge a little bit. Whatever the case, I'm just saying that 4's defender sometimes will hang back and give a little bit of help right there, allowing 4 to quickly roll high and for 2 to reverse the ball to him in that area. So 4 rolling high a lot of times is a pretty easy entry. If 4's defender is going to play him tough on the reversal, we'll simply back cut him and beat him to the basket that way, which we have done many times in the past. So again, it presents ourselves with a basic reversal pass to 4 with him rolling high. Now as this is happening, as the reversal pass is being made, we've got 1 breaking hard off of this double screen, and he may need to adjust this route slightly, or perhaps he wants to curl a little bit. he's just going to have to read his defender and to get used to coming off of that screen. Whatever the case, one's coming off that double screen, and if he's open, we'll hit him for the perimeter shot right there. If not, after the reversal pass is made, 2 immediately screens down, maybe even a little lower right here, and after 3 sets the front end of that double screen, 3 immediately breaks to the baseline area for the short jumper. So once again, this action right here has presented ourselves with a lot of opportunities for good open shots. A lot of the opportunities are very close to the basket and give ourselves high percentage shots. So again, this high double action is a nice series of movements that gets us a lot of good looks at the basket. This next movement is what we call baseline single. Once again, we're going to go wing entry to 2. We're going to execute the guard rub cut. And what we'll do here, 1 is going to continue through, again the lane, going to continue through low there. 4 rolls high. 2 immediately reverses to 4 if the layup opportunity is not there. And what we'll do here, 2 upon reversing to 4 immediately trails behind 1. Immediately trails behind 1, and 1's going to reverse cut back to the baseline using 2 screen. Now he may have to come over the top, or he can go low, however his defender is set up there. And then 5's going to step down here. Remember, 4's got the ball up here top right now. So we've got the first look right there with 1 reversing using 2 screen for the baseline shot. And now 2, after screening for 1, comes off 5 screen right there, and we're looking for the perimeter shot. So we've got 2 nice perimeter shots off of that basic guard rub cut. That's, again, baseline single action for us. Sticking with the same movement there, we'll go into a little different action called baseline double, where the screen for 2 will be a double screen instead of a single screen. Once again, wing entry to 2. Execute the guard rub. 1's going to continue through. 4 rolls high. 2 reverses the ball to 4 up top here. And once again, 1's going to reverse action. 2's going to screen across down like that. We're looking for the baseline area jumper right there. And now instead of a single screen, we can move 5 and 3 into a little staggered set like that, and 2 once again, and these can be adjusted on the floor to wherever you want the screen to happen. If you want it more on the wing area, that's fine. But once again, 2 screens first, and now he's going to come hard off of that double screen, and there's the perimeter look that we're looking for. So this is just a little different with the double screen instead of the single screen, baseline double. This is a little change up here where we're not going to use a guard rub cut, but instead we're going to use 1 to immediately screen for another player. We simply call this 5 down, where 5 is going to screen down after entering the ball. So once again, we've entered the ball to 2 at the wing area, and 1 is going to immediately screen down for 5, who has misdirected low upon the wing entry. So we're entering to the wing. 5 is coming down low, and 1 is going to screen down for 5. Meanwhile, 4 is establishing low post position ball side, and 5 is going to fill the high post right here, looking for the elbow shot. If that's there, we're going to go to it. We will go to that right away. Now what we'll do, after 1 screens for 5, he's going to come off of a screen set by 4. 4's fighting for low post position, and if he's wide open, or if we've got the layup opportunity, we'll go to him. If not, 4 simply turns in, and 1 comes off of 5 screen for the baseline look right here. So once again, and then 4 will step back to the ball for the low side post position. Once again, we've got 3 real quick looks and good solid looks for high percentage shots. 5 coming off 1 screen for the elbow shot, and then 1 coming off for the baseline look, and 4 stepping back to the ball. A nice little ball side sequence right there. 5 down is what we call that. This next movement we call 4 diagonal. What we'll do here, once again, we're wing entry still. All of this is still wing entry. We're going to go wing entry, and 1 now is not going to go anywhere. He's just going to stay up here and replace himself, move away from the ball, move back to the ball, just give the defense some offensive movement, give him a little look there. Okay, what we'll do here, 5 immediately cuts across the lane and fills the low post. And he tries to establish low post position there. If he's open, if we feel he's established a good enough post position, we can immediately enter to him for the post look. If not, we're going to continue here. 4 is going to screen down diagonally for 3, who cuts low and then fills the high post or looks for the elbow shot right there. Once again, 2 immediately looks for 5 filling the low post. If not, he's looking for 3 coming off 4's diagonal down screen for the elbow shot. If that's not there, 5 turns back in and 4 comes now off of 5 screen for the baseline look right there. So it's similar to the action we just showed you a minute ago, but we're just using different players to screen down. Where last time we had 1 screening down for 5, now we've got 4 screening for 3 and 4 coming back off of 5 screen for the baseline look. That's a simple little diagonal series. You'll often refer to me, call that our diagonal screen series or something like that, but that's a nice little effective series right there, and once again gives us some pretty high percentage looks. This next action is what we call diagonal double. Once again, we have wing entry to the 2-player here. 5 immediately establishes low post position, looking for the post entry right there and the layup opportunity if it presents itself. If not, on this action here, what we're going to do, 1's going to trail right behind 5, and he's going to be the front end of a staggered double screen, and 4 is going to maneuver himself for the back end of the double screen. 3 is going to cut low, baseline here, misdirect, and then break hard up to the top for the perimeter look right there for the 3-pointer or just the open perimeter shot. Now what we'll do here to continue the diagonal entry series like we've been showing you, 5 will again establish low post position there, and if it's not there, after he sees the double screen, he'll simply turn in and 1 continues through for the baseline look right there. So once again, we're looking for a little baseline shot right there off of the wing entry. So that's what we call diagonal double. We call this next action diagonal opposite. Once again, we're going to go wing entry. And in this case here, we're going back to the basic guard rub cut. 1's looking for the layup. Now, in this case here, 1's going to kind of have to motor down a little bit. He's going to have to slow down there a little bit if the ball is not entered to him. What we'll do here is as the ball has been entered to the wing and 1 is coming off the guard rub cut, 5's going to move low also, weak side post action here, and 4 will diagonal down screen for him. 5's going to come off of that, once again looking for this elbow shot in that area, and now 1 is going to screen across for 4 after 4 has screened for 5. So again, it's that same diagonal type series that we're using, looking for the perimeter shot or the elbow shot first here, and now for the baseline action here on the ball side wing entry. In the set that we just showed you, and a couple of the sets that we've shown you here in the past few minutes, notice that we had the diagonal series where we had a player breaking to the corner. Now the question is, what if we enter to the corner and the shot's not there? How do we get out of that, or what do we do? We have a couple simple little methods that we can use, and what I've done is I've shown you here where 4 just screened down for 5, 5 filled the elbow, and then 4 came off of 1 screen. And we have a situation here where we have our 1 guard caught in the low post, we have our 5 at the elbow, 2 and 3 are on the perimeter, which is fine, and we have 4 with the ball in the corner. A simple thing we'll do right here, and a simple rule, is anytime that 1 or a 2 player is caught in the low post, we'll simply rescreen right up for 5, and he'll fill the low post. 1 will immediately roll high and slightly to the ball. 4 can look for 5 if he's there. If not, 4 immediately reverses the ball high to 1. And now we've got our big people, at least one of them in the low post. We've now got 1 with the ball back out on the perimeter. And what we'll do here, 2 immediately will just cut low here. And this is just our basic reset from the corner entry. And 1's got the ball, so he's going to reset, dribbling to the middle of the floor here. 5 has rolled or came off of 1's screen there for the low post. And what he'll do, he'll simply just refill his high post right there. 4's just refilling his high post position right there. And then 2 comes to the wing, and we're back into the 1-4 set. So that's a basic thing we do when we are in the corner entry and there's no shot there. Our next basic entry is what we refer to as slide entry. This is a pretty common entry within all phases and all offenses of basketball. And even with the 1-4 set, we're going to execute the basic slide entry. Now I'm going to emphasize here that our slide entry, as far as our basic offensive movements are concerned, is literally exactly like wing entry. The only difference is that 1 will assume 2's position and 2 will assume 1's position. So basically, on all of the offensive movements we've just shown you, you can run the exact same plays or offensive continuities with 1 and 2 with the slide entry. And we'll simply use slide entry when 2's having a tough time getting open on the wing, or 3, if they're defending our wings real tough, we'll simply go into slide entry. And all we do there, assuming here now that we're going to go to the right side, is 1 just dribbles over and replaces 2. 2 moves directly to the low post position. So now remember before, when we went wing entry and then 1 ran the guard rub cut, we're now in the exact same position where we've got 1 with the ball in the wing and we're just sliding 2 down to the low post, and now 2 can start the offensive movements with the exact same 4 choices that 1 had to begin with. Remember, those were what? He can screen across, he can diagonal screen up, he can reverse screen for 4, or he can reverse back and clear to the corner. So now we're back in to the exact same entries and the exact same movements that we had before. And so what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to go into all of the same exact plays, because all of those plays that we just ran, all of those continuities, again, you can run almost exactly like what we had before with wing entry, but now the wing entry is made by just sliding 2 down to the low post and executing the slide entry as so. So that's our basic slide entry, a nice effective entry when they are defending our wings tough and now not allowing us to enter the ball via the pass to the wing area. Okay, that's slide entry. Our next entry is what we call post entry. And post entry simply means that the post opposite of the side that 1 establishes is going to pressure release directly to the top, and we're going to enter the ball to him. Once again, we can use this if the wings are being defended tough. Also, you have to watch for any sorts of traps. Sometimes if we're going to slide entry, they'll 2's defender will come off and trap 1 high, they'll help low, so on and so forth. So if our wing entry has been stopped and if we're having problems with slide entry, or we choose not to use slide entry, we can simply use post entry. Post entry is effective because we have a natural defensive position where we can enter the ball, and our post player creates natural separation for the easy entry. And what we'll do here, we just have a little rule here, lane line extended. When 1 dribbles flat like so, okay, he's dribbling flat, we're not running slide entry, the opposite post simply releases straight out and we'll enter the ball to him right there. Once again, this causes natural separation, because if this is a basic man-to-man defense, that's where 5's defender is going to be playing, and if he's going to play him there, we'll just lob, obviously, if he's going to play in front, but Again, this causes natural separation. One dribbles to this point, and our post pressure releases right there directly to the top, and we enter there. That is called our post entry. In the next couple examples, we'll go into some base movements off of the post entry and show you how we get into the offense from that entry. Okay, this is our base post entry. Our first action we simply call back, and we're simply setting a back screen for one of our wing players. You can see here that 1 has dribbled past the lane line extended, he's flat. 5 has pressure released, and we have entered the ball to 5 via our basic post entry. What we'll do here, 4 moves down and sets a back screen for 2. 2 will misdirect, and he'll come right in this area. If 2 can rub off his defender or cause separation right there, we'll immediately enter the ball from the the top of the key area here from the post entry. 5 can go right into 2 right there. If not, 3 setting a down screen so that 2 can come off to the wing entry. 1 is replacing himself with offensive movement there. Now, this is where we can get some easy scores, is right off of this screen right here, with 4 stepping right back to the ball, or even right into the key area there, and 5 can enter the ball right to 4. Because if 4's defender helps at all, and 2's defender is chasing, we can step right back there and get a nice open, easy, high percentage shot for the 4 player right there. So always emphasize that stepping back to the ball off of that back screen for 2, and you'll find you'll get some easy buckets off of that. If nothing's there, 5 just gives the ball back to 1, and we'll reset and continue into the offense. Okay, this next example is kind of a fun little series and takes a little practice and some timing before you can execute it. We're going to run 2 double screens within this play, and we simply call it double opposite. Once again, we've entered the ball to 5 in the post area, or the top of the key for our post entry. And what we'll do here, 4 immediately screens across for 3, and 3's misdirecting low, and coming over the top of 4 screen right there. 5 can enter directly to 3 if the layup opportunity presents itself. If not, 3 continues through, and he's going to use a double screen set by 2 and 1. And he'll come off the double screen looking for the perimeter shot right there. If that's not there, we still want to enter the ball to 3. We'd like to have 3 with the ball over here to set up the second double screen. The second double screen is going to occur by 4 stepping down here, and then 5 setting the back end, and then 2, after setting the front end of this first double screen, will continue through and break off the 4-5 staggered double right there. Remember, 5 has reversed the ball to 3 even if the shot is not there, and now 3 looks for 2 coming off that double screen. So that's kind of a fun little series you can run with your perimeter people, looking for the perimeter shot, or 2 chances to look for the 3-pointer. Kind of, again, a fun series. Takes a little bit of timing to get that one down, so you'll have to work on the movements there for proper execution. This next movement from post entry is what we call 1 double, and we're going to use 1 coming off of a double screen. Once again, 5 has received the ball for the post entry. In this play here, 4 is going to immediately set a back screen for 1. 1 misdirects and cuts through the lane looking for the layup. 5 is going to enter the ball directly to 1 right there if the layup presents itself. If not, we're going to set a double screen for 1, coming back directly off the same side. 2 is going to set the front end. 4 is going to rescreen for 1, setting the back end. And now 1's going to break hard off of that double, once again looking for the perimeter shot. If that's not there, we'll continue through. 3 is going to screen down. 2 will come off of his front end of the double screen, and we can wing entry to either people right there, and we're into the offense. So that's our basic 1 double action off of post entry. Continuing with that same action, once again, we've executed the post entry to 5. 4 is going to back screen for 1. 1 misdirects, cuts through the lane looking for the layup. In this case here now, remember last time we had one coming off of the double screen. We'll simply down screen for one here, and one will come off of 3 screen for the wing entry, and then 4 after back screening here is going to screen for 2 who breaks low, and 4 screens down for 2 who uses that. And now we have 2 opportunities for the wing entry right there off of post entry. And we call this one single because we're using a single screen for 1 instead of the double. This next action we simply call double. This is once again off of post entry. What we'll do here, 1 has entered the ball to 5, 2 immediately cuts low, and 4 and 1 will set the double screen for 2, who reverses, breaks hard off of the 4-1 double screen, and then what we'll do, we'll have 3 screen down here, 4 will turn back, and 1 will break off of those 2 screens. So once again, we're looking at 2 double screen situations and 2 perimeter shots. And for these post players screening down here, they can always work to be looking back to the ball. Anytime any of those situations present themselves, we obviously want to go there. So that's a basic double action where we're using a couple of double screens for 2 of our perimeter players off of post entry. This next action off of post entry we call split double, where we're going to have 2 of our perimeter people splitting over the top of a post player. Once again, 1 has entered the ball to 5 for the post entry, and what we're going to do here, 1 immediately, he can misdirect a little bit, he immediately breaks between 2 and 4. 2 is going to misdirect, and he's going to break right off of 1's butt, and 4 is going to turn and screen for 2. So 2's misdirects a little bit, and we're splitting the post right there. We're breaking right off of 1's butt with a screen from 4, and 5's looking to enter the ball to 2 right there for the layup opportunity. If that's not there, we'll continue the action where 2 is going to continue through to the weak side. Remember, 1's cut here. He's going to motor down a little bit, and now 1 and 4 re-screen for 2, and 2 is going to come back off of that double right there. 3 down screens here for 1 after 1 screens for 2, and 1 breaks to the wing area there. So once again, we've got 3 looks actually on this one where we're splitting the post, 4 screening for 2. We really want to look for that one first, and then 2 coming back off of the double, and then 1 after he sets the front end coming on the opposite side there. That's a simple action we call split double off of post entry. Similar to the split double action, we can also run split single, where we're going to use single screens off of the split action. Post entry to 5, 1 cuts between 2 and 4. It cuts through part of the lane right there to the middle of the low key area. 2 is doing the same thing here. 4 after 1 clears through, turns and screens. 2 is coming right off of 1's butt, and 4 screen. If the layup opportunity is there, if 2 is open, we want to hit him even for the perimeter, a short perimeter jumper right there. Now in this case here, instead of coming back on the double screen, 4 simply re-screens here, 3 screens down, and 2 will come off of 3 screen, and 1 will come off of 4 screen. 2 single screens right there, so we can go into our wing entry. Once again, off of post entry. This one's called split single. This is a good play right here. A little different change up for 2 to get an easy bucket. And many times, if he'll execute that cut right over 1's butt and keep the screen tight with 4, we can get an easy basket off of that one right there. And one last simple change up for the post entry. We're going to go split cross, still using single screens. We've entered to 5 on the post entry. 1 cuts low here. Same thing with 2. Same action, cutting off 1's butt right there like that. And now instead of clearing through to the opposite side, we'll simply cross the players. 3 screening down here, 4 screening down there, and we'll cross the players in the low post area for the wing entry. And that is post entry split cross. So Once again, a pretty effective little series there off of that split action. And that's going to wrap it up today for our basic 1-4 man offense. Hope I've given you some ideas that can help you and your team if you are running something similar to this. We have a whole nother series of actions we use from the 2-3 set that have been very effective. Many of the actions are similar to what we've just looked at today. And I'd like to thank everyone for listening today. And once again, I hope we have given you some ideas that you can implement into your offense. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you down the road. Welcome everyone. Today's topic is the half-court offense from the 2-3 set. We also refer to this as our 23-man offense. The book is entitled Man 23 Unstoppable Offense. Whatever the case, we're going to look at some offensive movements and some things that have been effective for us from the 2-3 set. As you can see, the first basic set I have up here is our 2-3 set, and you can see that our one guard has the ball with the parentheses around him right here on the right side. We want our two guards aligning above the top of the key, above the three-point line, basically lane line extended. That's our basic alignment for our two guards. And then our 3, 4, and our 5 players will align basically along the free throw line extended, with 3 and 5 being on the perimeter. 4 is our basic high post player. He aligns outside of the key about the middle of the free throw line area. So that's our basic 2-3 set, and it's easy to get into. And note here that 3 and 5, we basically want them free throw line extended and 3-point line sideline extended as far as their alignments are concerned. We'll use 5 out here starting in a perimeter position, but as you will see throughout most of our basic movements, you'll see 5 moving down into a low post screening position, or simply moving into a low post position as the offense continues, or as the offense progresses, and we get into the basic entries. Our basic entry, as with most offenses, from the 2-3 set is the wing entry, and I'm going to give you some examples of the basic wing entries and the basic movements that we use within the wing entry. We'll start off with one with the ball on the right side, and we're going to go wing entry to the right. Now, we could enter to either side. We could reverse the ball to 2 and wing entry to 5, and we could run these same exact movements. But for simplicity's purposes, let's start off, and we'll simply enter the ball to the right so that we can get a look at all of the varying movements that we have. Okay, so 1 is going to wing enter to 3, and what we're going to do, one of our base movements, is we're going to run a guard rub cut off of 4 at the high post, and 1 is going to be the guard who's going to do that. So upon the wing entry, 4 simply steps out and positions himself to set the back screen for 1. 1 misdirects a little bit, and he's going to come off of 4's screen like so. That's a basic guard rub cut. That's what we call it. Anytime that this is open, anytime that 1 can rub his defender off of 4, we immediately want to enter the ball to 1 for the layup opportunity. So anytime that 3 or any wing player sees that guard rub cut open, we directly want to go to that, and obviously for the easy score. Now, at the same time, on the back side, or the weak side, whatever you want to call it, 2 has misdirected, and he is also cutting down the lane. Staying on the weak side, we don't want to bring his defender into 1 where he could possibly help if the ball is entered to 1. Now, we've got both guards moving down through the lane after the wing entry has been executed. What we'll do here, 4 will immediately roll high, and this is a good technique to use right here with 4 rolling high for the reversal pass from the wing. What will happen here a lot of times is 4's defender is going to be playing behind. Once we've run the guard rub cut effectively, at times we're going to get a little bit of token help right here from four's defender as one's defender fights through the screen over the top or chases from behind. So what will happen there is this provides us a nice separation and an easy reversal pass if we receive any token help from four's defender. So he'll roll high for the easy reversal pass right here. And now four's got it at the top. Now our basic wing entry movements will be looking for the shots for 1 and 2. And what we'll do upon the reversal to 4 rolling high, 3 and 5 simply screen down, and we're looking for these open perimeter shots coming off the simple down screens as such. So that's our basic wing entry movement right there with the guard rub cut, 4 rolling high, and then 3 and 5 screening down for the 2 guards who are cutting low into the lane. Our next movement is simply what we call a cross movement or a cross entry from the wing entry. Once again, 1 is going to enter the ball to 3 at the wing area. 4 is going to set the back screen for the guard rub cut for 1. Once again, he misdirects, and we're going to look for the layup opportunity. Always, if that's there, we're always going to take that. 4 rolls high for the reversal. Once again, we get a little bit of token help. Even with 4's defender playing behind, we're going to get an easy look for a reversal pass. Anytime that 4's defender is going to play him tough for the reversal pass, we'll simply back cut him and get the easy shot right there. So that's a simple way to keep that reversal pass honest, keep the defender playing 4 honest. So once again, we've entered to 3 on the wing. This is our basic cross movement. And also, 2 is misdirected, and he is cutting low opposite. Now instead of coming back out on the side that they start their cut on, we're simply going to cross the 2 guards in the middle of the key, in the low key area. Once again, we've reversed the pass to 4 at the top, and now 3 and 5 are still going to down screen, but now we're crossing the players, hoping to create a little traffic there and hopefully rub one of those players off. Once again, 4 is looking for those 2 players coming off on the wing movements there and looking for the easy shot off of the base wing entry. So those are our basic 2 movements from the wing entry. Let's look at some of the specific offensive movements that we would like to use once we're into the basic wing entry. This first action I'm going to show you is what we refer to as 2 trail double. It's a nice set play using a double screen off of wing entry to get us a nice easy shot. What we'll do here, once again, we're going to look at wing entry to the right side. This is 2 trail double. 1 enters the ball to 3 and on the wing area, and 5 immediately fills the low post ball side. So once again, I told you, 5 may start on the perimeter in our base 2-3 set, but almost every single time he's going to be moving into some sort of screening or low post position, as we do not want to have our 5 player standing 22 feet from the basket within this offense. So 5 immediately cuts upon the wing entry to the low post area. He fights to establish good position, looking for the post position and the easy shot if it's there. 2 is going to trail behind 5 using a semicircular motion. We don't want 2 cutting straight down into the lane. We want to let 5 establish his post position and have a chance to score the bucket if the opportunity is there. So 2 is circling here, and he's trailing 5. 1 has entered the ball to 3. 1 is also going to trail 2. So now 1's trailing 2. So now we've got all this semi-wheel action going, or semicircular action going for this set play. So 1's trailing 2, and what 1's going to do, 1 is going to set the front end of a staggered double. 4 is going to maneuver himself and set the back end of a staggered double. Remember, 3's got the ball over here. We've got 5 in the post right here. We're looking. If it's there, we're going to take that. Now 2 is going to reverse out of his trail action, and he's going to break to the top of the key area right here, looking for the open perimeter shot using that staggered double from 1 and 4. So that's a basic set play from our wing entry, a nice little double screen with a low post option, and it's a good little sequence to start off teaching from the wing entry. This next action off of wing entry we simply call 2 double, where 2 is going to be coming off of a double screen looking for the perimeter shot. 1 has entered the ball to 3 on the wing entry. 3's got the ball in the wing there. 1's going to execute his basic guard rub cut over the top of 4. And 4 is going to not roll high this time. What we'll do here, 1 will look for the layup opportunity. Remember, if 1 is open on that initial guard rub cut, no matter what type of set play we may have called or are going to run, we're always going to hit him. In this case here on 2 double, if 1 does not receive the ball, he simply clears to the ball side corner. Okay? He simply clears to the ball side corner. Similar to the basic wing entry movement, 2 is misdirected and he is also cutting low. And what we'll do here, 5 will set the front end of a staggered double. 4, after screening for 1, will also maneuver himself. So 4 is going to screen twice on this play. And now we've got 5 and 4 setting a staggered double for 2, who can misdirect a little bit there if he would like. And then he's breaking back up to the top of the key for the perimeter shot. So we've got 1 clearing to the corner. We really wouldn't like to enter there. We're trying to set up the double screen and the perimeter shot for 2 coming off of the 5-4 staggered double right there. Another good double screen set play off of wing entry from the 2-3 set. This next set play is what we refer to as 1 double, where now we're going to use a little bit of a cross action like we showed you, and we're going to use 1 coming off the double screen. 1 is entered to 3, it's wing entry. 4 sets the back screen for the guard rub opportunity. If it's there, we'll take it. 2 is going to misdirect, and he's going to cut low. And now, instead of him coming off of the double, we're going to have 1 come off of the double screen. So we're going to use cross action, where 2 will come through, clear to the corner. Remember last time 1 was clearing to the corner, and now the same thing. 5 is going to set the front end. 4, after screening for 1, is going to screen a second time for 1, setting the back end of a double screen of the staggered double, and now 1's going to cross through. And again, if we can rub our defenders off here with that cross action, that's going to be advantageous for us. And now 1 is going to reverse back out top, looking for the perimeter shot off of the 5-4 staggered double screen right there. This next action is what we call 5 double, where 5 is going to be coming off of a double screen off of the wing entry. 1 has entered the ball to 3 for the wing entry. Same stuff here. 4 is going to set the back screen for the guard rub cut. If it's there, we're going to take it. We'll take the guard rub layup if it's open there. Now 5 is going to break low. Perhaps they think he's going to be coming into the low post area. Good little continuity series right there. And 2, he's going to still use his same cut. He's cutting low here. And now 2 is going to set the front end of the double screen instead of clearing through, or instead of 2 coming off the screen. Now 4 is going to maneuver himself after screening for 1, and now 5 misdirects, and he's coming off the staggered double looking for the open perimeter shot. Obviously, if 5 can't shoot, this is something you're not going to be able to run. If you do want to run this action, you can interchange the players, putting 5 here and 2 on the wing if you want to run the double screen from the wing area, having the wing area player be the shooter. But if 5 can shoot, we can use him, and it's a good little change-up as far as a little bit of continuity there, where 5 has been screening, 5 has been entering the low post, and now we have 5 coming off. Also, you can adjust this double screen lower if 5 doesn't have the precision from three-point land. He may be able to shoot the 15 to 18-foot jumper, where you can adjust that staggered double lower so that he's not coming off so high. Anyways, what we'll do here, we'll look right there for 5 coming off the double, and then 1, he's going to have to motor down a little bit. He's going to have to slow down a little bit. He will screen across slightly for 2 after 2 has screened for 5. So now we have 2 coming off of 1 screen looking for the short baseline jumper. So in this case here, we have 2 nice looking shot opportunities off of the wing entry, and we have a double screen, and then off of the front end of the double screen 2 will be releasing to the baseline looking for the perimeter jump shot. So a nice little series there, 5 double. This next example is a fun little series to run with your 4-player. Get your 4-man involved in the offense off of the wing entry. This is called 4 double, where 4 will be coming off of a double screen. 1 is entered to 3 for the wing entry. And what we'll do here, instead of 4 setting the back screen on the rub cut, 4 is going to immediately break low and set a back screen for number 5, who will come here. He can misdirect a little bit and fill the low post. Now, if that's open, we obviously want to go into that, and we'll allow our 3-player to enter to 5 directly off of the back screen right there. Now what we'll do, 2 is going to cut the same as always, and these players may have to delay slightly, and timing is crucial obviously in most of these plays, but they have to wait for this screen to occur. And now 2 comes here and 1 here for another staggered double, and 4, after screening for 5, now breaks hard to the top off of that double screen looking for the open perimeter shot. So a simple little series for your 4-player there, getting him involved in the offense off of the wing entry. This next example from wing entry is what we call split double, more specifically 1 split double, where we're going to split the high post off of the wing entry and then run a double screen for number 1. And what we'll do here, 1 is entered to 3 for the wing entry, and instead of executing the basic guard rub cut, 1 is going to cut opposite in front of number 2. So number 1 cuts opposite to the low post area right in front of number 2. Number 2 misdirects, and now instead of running the cut on his side of the floor, he's going to cut directly off of 1's butt, just like that. And we'll also have 4. 4 is going to step out and screen for 2 as 2 comes off of 1's butt. So we're attempting to rub off 2's defender as he makes the cut, the split cut over number 4. So 1 cuts through and 2 cuts directly off of his butt, looking for the layup right there. If it's not there, if it's there, obviously we want to go into there and hit number 2 for the layup. If number 2 does not get the ball, he simply clears to the corner. And now we're going to run a double screen for number 1 with 5 moving low and 4 after screening for 2, setting the back end. And now 1 can misdirect and come off looking for the shot off of the 5-4 staggered double. Once again, this is a split action with our guards, splitting the high post and looking first for the layup opportunity for number 2, then going into the double screen action with number 1. This next series of movements is a diagonal type movement, which we refer to as our diagonal series. We have all kinds of different ways within specific sets that we like to use this diagonal type series. This specific play here is called 1 diagonal, where 1 will be down screening diagonally across the lane. Once again, this is off of wing entry. 1 has entered to 3 for the wing entry, and instead of executing the basic guard rub cut, what we will do is first 4 will fill the low post ball side. If we can establish low post right there, 3 can immediately enter, and we can have post position looking for the post score in the low post area. Off of this, 1 is going to cut diagonally down and screen for number 5. Number 5 cuts low, misdirects, and he will fill the high post ball side, the elbow area, looking for the 15-foot shot if it's open. 3 can enter to 5 if he comes off of 1 screen and is open. And off of this, what we'll do, 2 simply moves over to balance a little bit. If 4 is trying to establish post position and he's not getting the ball entered to him, he looks for 5 filling the high post. As 5 fills the low post, 4 knows he's not going to get it. He immediately turns, sets a back screen for 1, who cuts baseline, looking for the 15 to 18 foot shot baseline. So on this play, we've got a nice wing entry, and we've got 3 nice high percentage shots that are immediately available. We've got 4 moving into the low post, 1 screening, 5 filling the high post elbow, and then 1 reversing back looking for the perimeter shot on the baseline. That's a nice little series, and we refer to that, any type of action like that where we're coming back off of a diagonal screen, we just call that a diagonal screening series. A nice little series that has been pretty effective for us. Off of wing entry, we will also incorporate a little bit of a pick and roll action. Every man-to-man offense seems to have a little bit of pick and roll, and from our 2-3 set we will utilize a little bit of the pick and roll basics. What we'll do, we'll enter to 3 on the wing. Once again, 1 entering to 3, and 1's going to execute his basic guard rub cut, looking for the layup opportunity. If it's not there, we want 1 to clear through to the opposite corner, spotting up at the 3-point line. So 1 clears all the way to the opposite corner, spotting up on the 3-point line. As this play develops, we want these 3 players, 2, 5, and 1, spacing evenly apart. We want them spaced evenly. We want them all spotting up on the perimeter. There's their 3 defenders on them. After 1 clears through, 4 simply steps out in this position now, and we're going to run pick and roll to the middle of the floor with 3 and 4. So 3's got the ball. He'll misdirect a little bit, dribble off here using the basic pick and roll. We're running base and pick and roll. So 4 screens, rolls to the basket, and obviously we have basic fundamental pick and roll rules here. If 3 comes off and the lane is open, 3 can take the lane. If 3 comes off and the 15 to 18 foot jumper is open and this available, 3 can go ahead and pull up there. If we get a true switch on the 3-4, we can hit 4 on the roll. Now we also have, we work on this a little bit, and this is really a pretty easy read. We'll just have our 3 guard, if he's picked up with help, hit the open defender. Help is going to come basically from one of these 3 people. That's why we want these 3 spotting on the 3-point line, and they've all got to be able to shoot. So we can mix that around. If 5's not as good a shooter as 4, we can have 5 in the high post, 4 move out, etc. But we want these 3 spotting up, and as 3 comes off and he's driving the lane, if we get help from any one of these positions, we want 3 dishing to the spot-up shooter and ready to deliver the 3-point bucket. So that's just basic pick and roll off of wing entry, a simple little series that remains very effective for us, and we seem to always be able to get a pretty decent shot off of that. We're not going to make 3 every time, but if we get defensive help from any of those 3 spots as the pick and roll is being executed, we definitely want to try and take advantage of that situation. Let's now take a look at some high post entry movements, high post offensive movements that we use from the 2-3 set. One of our base entries is the high post entry. Instead of entering to the wing, 1 can automatically enter to the post position, number 4. We have a series of movements that we use off of the basic high post entry, and some things that we do to get some easy shots off of that entry. First of all, when we enter to the high post, we're always immediately looking for any give and go type situations, and this is a set and some movements that are kind of taken from the old school, I guess you'd call them, but believe it or not, versus a true man-to-man, these movements can be still be very effective at the high school level. Our first movements are the 2 guards will simply cut on their side of the floor, looking for any give and go situations. If we get a lazy defender, we can hit the give and go, and believe it or not, it'll actually be there sometimes. So once again, 1 enters directly to 4 at the high post area there, and 1 and 2 simply cut low, looking for a give and go situation for the layup. If it's not there, 3 and 5 simply screen down, and now we're into wing entry. So we can screen down there, 4 can look for either of these 2 players coming off of the down screens, and that's a basic high post entry move. Always be sure and have this player protect the ball. You'll have post players that get kind of lazy in that high post area, and they really need to hold the ball chest high, stand up tall, and hold on to the ball firmly. If they do get lazy, you will have defenders try and strip it from them. If we get fronted here to prevent the high post entry, obviously we can just backdoor lob with 1 to 4, and if we get help from any of these defenders, then we can just go right into wing entry. So it's a pretty easy little sequence there to get us into the offense for the high post entry. So that's our basic high post base movement right there, with 1 and 2 looking for the give and go situations on straight give and go cuts. This next movement is our basic high post entry cross movement. Once again, where 1 is directly entered to 4, and now we're looking once again for give and go situations with 1 and 2. Now, instead of reversing back to their side of the floor, we'll simply use cross movements. 5 and 3 are still screening down for the respective players. Now we're going to cross the players in the low key area, hoping to cause some confusion and some congestion, and hopefully rub off one of the defenders for an easy entry and hopefully an easy shot coming off of those 2 down screens. So there's our basic high post cross movements. Our next high post entry movement is a basic split action. Once again, 1 is entered directly to 4, and now instead of cutting on the respective sides of each guard's side, they will run a split action over the top of 4. And usually what we'll want to do, we want the player who entered the ball, which is 1, we want him going first. So 1 enters the ball to 4, he's crossing here, looking for the give and go. 2 misdirects a little bit, comes right off of 1's butt, hoping to rub his defender off, looking for the basic give and go. Now once again, 3 and 5 simply screen down, and we're looking for the wing entry and the easy perimeter shot off of the basic split movements. The natural sequence off of the basic split movement is now to go split combined with a cross movement. So once again, we'll enter directly to 4. 1 cuts here, 2 misdirects, right off of 1's butt. Once again, anytime that a layup opportunity presents itself as far as a give and go situation off of the high post entry, we want to take it. And now instead of coming back on the same side of the floor, we will cross the players with the down screens, looking for the shot off of the basic down screen. So there's our split, cross, basic high post movement. We have a few specific set plays from the high post entry that have been very effective for us. Let's take a look at a couple of those. 1 has entered the ball to 4 in the high post area, and now remember we had the split action going. Well, we're going to still use that split action. Now, only in this case, we're going to use 3 as an additional screener, and we simply call this play 3 up, where 3 is going to screen up for number 2. So, 1 has entered the ball to 4. 1 makes his cut. He goes first, looking for the give and go situation. 2 is misdirecting. And now, not only is he going to rub off of 1's butt, looking for the give and go, we're going to have 3 screen up for him, also looking for the give and go situation. Believe it or not, that's there more than you would believe. If 2 doesn't get it, he simply clears to the corner. 5 screens down for 1, and 4, if 2 is not there, reverses, looks for 1 coming off of 5's down screen for the wing entry. So that's our basic 3 up split movement, where we're looking for 2 for the give and go situation, a nice little adjustment and additional screen off of the split movement. We can change that up a little bit, and instead of going 3 up, we can go 5 up, where 5 will be screening. Once again, we will enter the ball. Oops. We're not into wing entry, we're in high post entry. We're high post entry to 4, and now, instead of 1 going through first, we'll have 2 break directly for the give and go situation, with 2 coming through first, And now 1's going to misdirect here, 1's misdirecting, and 5 is going to screen up a little higher here for 1, who's going to cut directly off of 2's butt, also using 5's screen, looking for the give and go situation from number 4. If 1 doesn't get it, he simply clears to the corner, 3 screens down for 2, 4 reverses out, and looks for 2 in the wing entry. So that's our basic 5-up. Basically the same type of play as 3-up, only now we are running the play to the opposite side using 1 and 5 for the give and go situation with the screen. In this next example, we use a little bit of a wheel action. We call this play 3 double because we're going to have 3 coming off of a double screen as we enter the ball to 4. So 4 receives the entry pass from 1. We've got basic high post entry. Now instead of the give and go situations, we're going to run a little bit of a wheel action here with 3 wheeling this way or cutting that way. 1 fills 3's spot after entering to 4, and now we'll have 5 set the front end here, and we'll have 2 set the front end there, and 3 comes off hard at that double screen. That's what 4 is looking for the basic perimeter shot. 3 is looking for the perimeter shot right there. Again, a little bit of a wheel action right there. We call that 3 double, looking for one of our better perimeter people, number 3, trying to get him open for the open perimeter shot. Out off of the screens, 5 will fill the low post here, 2 fills the low post there. So that's our basic 3 double action off of high post entry. Another wheel type of action off of high post entry is a play we call 3 double back, and this is a fun little series to run with number 3. Instead of running the double screen to the side that he looks like he's going to, we will reverse 3 back and use him coming back off of a double. Once again, it's 4 getting the ball in the high post entry, and we're going to start the wheel action with 3 cutting low baseline, and now we just simply have 1 and 2 trail cut or wheel trail cut behind number 3. 1's trailing here, he's going to set a screen there, 2's trailing here, he's going to set the screen there, and 3's reversing back, coming off of that staggered double, looking for the open perimeter shot. Off of that, once this staggered double has occurred, 5's going to screen down for 1 who sets the front end, and 1 now comes off of 5's down screen. So 4 looks first, for 3 reversing back off of the staggered double, and then next for number 1 coming off the front end. So that's a nice little fun series to run with the wheel type action off of the high post entry. As far as our basic 2-3 offense, that about wraps it up. We didn't cover slide entry for the fact that the slide entry is basically the exact same as wing entry, only instead of entering the ball via the pass, we're just entering the ball via the dribble, where, let me get this off of here for you, where the actions are literally identical, where we wing entry via the pass here, and then we run the guard rub cut. Instead, we'll just slide in, enter, and then 3 takes the place of 1 from the guard rub cut. So you can run all of those same exact plays and simple little continuities from the slide entry and get the same effect. But I'm not going to drop the same exact plays here for a half hour for you guys, because it's exactly the same, and you'll see that in the book that these are exactly the same. Also in the book included are some resets that I have developed. Now I didn't draw those up because some people don't like to use those resets. For what reason, I don't know, but they've been very effective for us. Some of those simple resets off of our base wing entry and slide and high post entries from the 2-3 set. Another simple entry, and I covered this for a couple seconds at the beginning, is we can simply reverse enter, and we have a couple little different things where we'll do it. using reverse entry. And the reverse entry is pretty simple here. If one's got the ball and we want to run wing entry, and say they're denying us tough over here, and they're denying our post, and we don't want to run slide entry, we can just simply reverse the ball to 2. And this is obviously a very simple idea. And now 2 can either enter to 4 via the high post entry, or we can go wing entry to 5. But it's just a simple reversal entry there. And basically, we can go into the exact same offense to the left side as we do to the right. I mean, that's a pretty common sense idea right there, where we can enter the ball to either side. One little thing that we have done different, we have reversed the ball to 5, and then we can have, we've done little special things where we'll run 1 on a corner entry cut right there, and we can pass and fill the high or the low post, and some simple little things like that that you can play around with. But basically, the reversal pass is just reversing the ball to get maybe a little better continuity going, a little more balance. You don't always obviously want to be entering the ball to one side of the floor. But the 2-3 set for us is kind of funny because the 2-3 set, all that splitting the high post stuff and give and goes and all that, some of that stuff's been kind of pushed to the back of a lot of people's playbooks, and you know, sometimes when it comes down to it with man offense, the pick and rolls, the give and goes, the basic screens, basic motion type movements still can be the most effective. If you've got decent players, a lot of the times I will say, if you've got good players, it doesn't matter what offense you're going to run, as long as you've taught the offense properly and taught the fundamentals of the game properly. Once again, this is the 2-3 set is kind of from the old book, where we used to see this stuff. We still see it in some of the old movies, the older basketball movies that depict the 1950s and 1960s style of play with the give and goes, the high post entry, all the splits, and etc. So the 2-3 offense, it still can be very effective, and some of these quote old school movements that we have shown you today still can be very effective, especially versus man defenses that are not taught properly. If you run into a team that has poor man-to-man fundamentals, this 2-3 offense can be still very lethal and very, very effective. So I hope we've shown you a few ideas that you can use from the 2-3 set. There are a lot of the resets and slide entry stuff are included in the book if you'd like to take a little more in-depth view of those. I presented them in the book for you. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and once again I hope that you can pick up a few ideas for the 2-3 set from this presentation. Thanks a lot, everyone, and we'll see you down the road. Welcome, everyone. Today's topic is out-of-bounds plays or inbounds plays, whatever you want to call them. This is our 1997 version of some of the plays we've collected throughout the last year. We're going to go through a few inbounds plays from each differing set. We'll go through some plays from a box set. We'll go through some from a line set or a stack set, and even a couple or 3 with diamond, and we have a couple miscellaneous sets we'll go through also. We'll start off with sideline inbounds. This is on your own side of the floor, or this is your basket down here. This is a box set from a sideline inbound situation. We'll cover some sideline plays first, and then we will get into some plays from under your own basket. Most of these plays have been very effective for us, and we've run different versions of all of these at one time or another. And by having different plays ready throughout the course of the year, you can keep, obviously, the defense off balance and surprise some people for some easy scores. So let's take a look first at box inbounds from the sideline. We call this one 12 cross because 1 and 2 are going to do a little crossing action here. And note that the box set here, 1 and 4 align directly with 3, and then we create the box. We want to be fairly evenly spaced with 5 and 2. Actually, 5 and 2 can be moved down a little lower, give us a little better spacing there. I didn't draw that exactly as a box set. Anyways, this one starts off, 3's taking the ball out of bounds, as you can see right here. And what we'll do is 5 and 4, upon the beginning of the play, are going to set a solid double screen for 1 and 2. Both players misdirect. 1 misdirects high and 2 misdirects low. 1 breaks to the corner off of the solid double, and 2 misdirects, cutting directly off 1's butt and attempting to rub off any defenders. 2 cuts right off of 1's butt and right off of the solid double for the inbounds. So we've got 2 looks right off the bat. If either of these 2 players free up, we can inbounds directly to them, and even they can take the shot if they are there. Off of this double screen, we want 4 stepping directly back to the ball if either of these 2 are not open, and we want 5 curling directly off 4's butt out to the top of the key area. So we have 4 options here. We have the 12 cross action, 4 stepping back to the ball, and 5 breaking to the top of the key. And if any of these 3 players are proficient at the 3-point shot, they can take that shot. If not, we simply go into the offense. This next play we call 2 up cross, where 2 is going to start the action by moving up. 2 starts the action by screening up for 1. 5 and 4, once again, set a solid double screen in this area right here. 1 misdirects high and uses 2 screen. 2 could be up a little higher here. Misdirects high, uses 2 screen and the solid double to break to the corner, looking for the perimeter shot right there. After 2 screens for 1, 2 breaks off of the double screen to this area here, looking for the inbounds or the perimeter shot. And once again off of this, 4 steps directly back to the ball, and 5 breaks to the top of the key, curling off 4's butt. And once again, we have 4 opportunities for the inbounds, along with 3 perimeter shots if those shots present themselves. That's 2 up cross. We call this play 4 diagonal double, where 4 is going to set a diagonal screen first and then come off of a double screen. We start by 4 diagonal down screening for number 2, like so. And right off of 4's butt, we want 1 cutting right off of 4's butt, like so. And 1 is setting himself up in this pattern here to set a solid double with 5. 2 misdirects low, comes off of 4 screen, looking for the inbounds or the perimeter shot right there. And after 4 has screened down for 2, he now uses this solid double screen to the corner, looking for the perimeter shot. We want 5 stepping back to the ball, 1 clears through, or 1, you can have him break to the top, whatever you want to do there. So that one is 4 diagonal double, once again giving us 3 to 4 inbounds opportunities and shot opportunities off of the box set from the sideline inbounds. This play here, again from the sideline box set, is 41 double, where 4 and 1 are going to set a double screen to start the action. So to start with, 4 and 1 set a solid double screen in this area right here. 2 misdirects low, breaks high off of the 41 double screen, looking for the perimeter shot right there. And off of this double screen, 5 is going to step in and screen for 1, who breaks off of that, looking for the perimeter shot in the corner. And obviously both 5 and 4 can step back to the ball, looking for the inbound situation right there. So once again, this is 41 double. We've got 2 perimeter looks and both of our big men stepping back to the ball for the inbound situation. A little different version of the 41 double is 41 side double. Note that now we have a little different alignment here with the players. Instead of setting the solid screen up here, we're going to set it on the side. So 41 start the action by setting a solid double screen in this area. 2 breaks high, can even misdirect and fake like he's going to screen for 5. And 2 breaks low to the corner, coming off the double screen, looking for the shot anywhere in that area. 1, again, off of the double screen. 5 steps in, screens for 1, and 1 breaks high, looking for the shot in that area. Once again, we can have our big people stepping back to the ball after their screens are completed, basically as safeties or outlets. This one again is 41 side double, basically the same play as before, now only running it from the side. This next play we call 1 reverse double. We start the action by 5 clearing directly to the ball side corner. So 5 clears directly to the ball side corner. 1, as this is happening, clears through to the opposite side. Meanwhile, 2 and 4 position themselves to set a staggered double for number 1, who reverses, misdirects, reverses back into the paint here, misdirects, and then comes off of the staggered double high. 5, after clearing through, as this is happening, after 2 is screened for 1, 5 now reverses here and screens for 2, who breaks to the corner after 2 has screened for 1. And once again, as always, after all of this is completed, we can have 5 and 4 stepping back to number 3, stepping back to the ball for the inbound situation, where once again we're looking here first and then in the corner for the perimeter shots. This next play we call 25 double. We start the action by 4 screening across for 5. 5 misdirects a little bit here and breaks to the corner, basically acting as a decoy. We really don't want to enter to 5 right there, as we're going to be looking for a couple other shots. Meanwhile, 2 misdirects to the ball side, baseline low, and 1 sets the front end, and after screening for 5, 4 sets the back end of a staggered double for number 2. So 5 is clearing to the corner, acting as a decoy, and now 2 breaks hard off of the staggered double, looking for the jump shot anywhere in this area. That's our first opportunity right there that we're looking for. After 1 has screened for 2, 5 screens down, and 1 breaks to the corner off of 5 screen, and once again we want these people stepping back as the outlets, and we have our 2 perimeter looks from the sideline set. This play is very similar to the play we just showed you. We called this one 24 double. We start the action by 4 breaking to the corner, acting as the decoy. 1 and 5 set the staggered double for 2, who once again misdirects baseline low and then breaks hard off of the staggered double screen, looking for the perimeter shot right here. After 1 has screened for 2, 4 screens down and in for 1, who now breaks to the corner, looking for the perimeter shot here, with both big men stepping back to the ball. That one is called 24 double. This play is called 21 double. Once again, very similar to the past couple plays. We start the action by 1 breaking to the corner, acting as the decoy. 4 and 5 set the double screen now for 2, who once again breaks low, misdirects, breaks out top, looking for the perimeter shot, and after 4 has screened for 2, 1 screens back down, and 4 is breaking to the corner. So we're getting these same 2 perimeter looks off of a bunch of differing movements, and once again, we have these people stepping back to the ball after those screens have been completed. That one right there is 21 double. This play we refer to as 52 double. We start the action by 1 screening across for 2. 1 screens across for 2, 2 misdirects, and breaks to the corner, looking for the perimeter shot there. That's probably not going to be there, but we'll use him as a decoy if anything. After 1 has screened for 2, he's going to screen down because 5 is going to trail cut behind 2, and now 4 screens here, and 5 misdirects low and breaks up here for the perimeter shot here, once again with these people stepping back to the ball. Now if 5 can't shoot the perimeter jump shot right here, all you need to do is change your personnel around in a play like this. For example, this one may even be a little better with 1 up here and 5 down here. Now you've got your big body screening and your little man trailing and coming to the perimeter. So these people obviously don't have to be exactly as I'm drawing them up, but whatever the case, these movements are pretty effective, and just basically you want your shooters coming on the perimeter and your post people down low. So that's just an example there. That's 52 double. get your 5-player involved a little bit if you want to do that there. This play is called 12 double. We start the action here. 1 screens up for 5 on a diagonal situation, and 5's breaking to the corner. And we're not really doing anything with that there. This is just to get the play started, and we really don't want to enter to 5 here, although we can if his defender somehow gets caught up in the mess. And what we'll do here, 2 once again is misdirecting low, breaking ball side. 1 and 4 can set the screens here. And if you want to do it here, 4 can break low and be the front end, and 1 can be the back end, whatever way you want to do it. Either way is effective. And now 2 is breaking up off of that. So once again, that's just 12 double, another little variance on how to get a player open on hopefully a good perimeter look off of a staggered double. Once again, 4 and 1 can interchange, being the front or back end of that staggered double right there. This play we call 1 double. We start the action by 1 screening across for 2. 2 misdirects and breaks to the corner for the perimeter shot in the corner area there. And after 1 has screened for 2, 4, and 5 simply step in and set the double screen right there for 1 coming off of 2 screen. Once again, keep in mind that these players can always be stepping back as the outlets. But that one's simply called 1 double, a very simple yet effective method from the sideline inbounds box set. In a situation where we get pushed up a little higher, this is kind of a fun one to use. We simply call this 4 back, where 4 is going to be using back screens. No, we're still in the box set, only we're pushed up a little higher, so we've moved the box set over to the side of the floor. We start the action by 2 diagonal screening up for number 4. 5 sets of back screen here, and 4 misdirects comes off of those 2 screens right there, and if that's open, we're going to hit that for the layup. After 2 screens for 4, 1 simply steps in and screens for 2, and we can inbound right there with 1 stepping back to the ball here. So that's a simple little box set that we use when we're pushed up a little higher if they want to defend us out there. And if they want to pressure us man-to-man right there, we can set those 2 back screens for number 4 and sometimes get a layup out of it. And that'll cause the defense to not pressure us, obviously, quite as much. That one's simply called 4 back on a higher box set within the half-court set there. This play is kind of a fun one. We call it wheel, and we simply align in a diamond set. Once again, we've been pushed up a little higher as far as where we're taking the ball out of bounds, so we're aligning in a diamond set, and this is called wheel. And as the name suggests, we start the action by wheeling the players or using a wheel action. 4 and 5 wheel out of the area. 4 and 5 wheel out here and position themselves for a staggered double screen. And they can motor down a little bit. They don't have to sprint out of there as fast as they can. They can kind of just act as like they're not involved with the play. We want 1 wheeling up here, and we want 3 to inbounds the ball to 1 right there. If not, we're going to have these players sprint back to the ball as safety outlets. 2 wheels, misdirects, and 2 upon the entry to 1 is now going to come off opposite, sprinting hard, of the staggered double. 1 gets the inbounds, and he's going to dribble hard to the middle of the floor, looking for number 2 coming off of the staggered double, and 3 after inbounding steps in, misdirects, and pops back out for the entry from 1 also. So that's a diamond set from the sideline, and we simply call that play wheel. In this play here, note now we're in a line inbounds, or a stack on the side. We just call it a line. Line inbounds. We'll start the action by 5 simply turning here and screening for 1. And we have a little weave action going kind of right here, where 2 is clearing out here, 4 setting a back screen for 2, 1 weaves right through here behind 2 and uses 5 screen, and we want to inbounds to 1 right here. We want to inbounds to 1 right here. We can also look right here real quick. If they want to man us up and 2's player follows 2 and we get him on the back screen right there, we can obviously enter the ball for the layup in that situation right there. If 2 doesn't receive the inbounds pass from 3, he'll set himself up because he's going to screen for 3 after 3 has inbounded. So what we'll do here, we've got 5 is screened, 4 is screened. We want to enter the ball to 1, and 1 is going to dribble hard to the middle of the floor. And why is he doing that? Because 3 off of the inbounds breaks hard, misdirects, and pops to the wing area. We want to fake that pass unless he breaks wide open right here in this area for the layup. We want to fake that pass right there because off of this screen, what we're going to do is use 4 and 5 on a staggered double right there off of their 2 screens with 2 breaking to this area. We want to fake that pass, draw the defense, and come back to 2 coming off of the staggered double. So that's 2 double off of a line inbounds. Another play from the line inbounds on the sideline set. This one's called 52 double. We start the action by 5 wheeling or circling over the entire line with 4 setting a back screen for 5. And once again, if they want to man us up and that man follows 5, we can hit that for the layup if the defense wants to play us that way. If not, we'll just clear him through, and 5 continues through to the opposite side of the floor. This play here, we want 2 to break low. 2 breaks low and acts as if he is clearing to the opposite side of the floor. And we want 1 to break high and get the inbounds pass from number 3. Upon the inbounds pass, we want 1 to dribble hard to the middle of the floor, even maybe faking the pass to 5 or looking hard like we're going to set something up there. And now 4 off of this screen moves low, and 3 off of the inbounds moves behind 4 for the staggered double. 2 reverses his path, comes back up, and we want to hit 2 coming off the staggered double right there for the open jump shot. That one called 52 double. This play here, we simply call 42 double. And what we'll do on this one, notice we're aligned in just kind of a miscellaneous set right here. 1 breaks high for the immediate inbounds from number 3. We want to go there. We want 3 to inbounds to number 1. Off of that, we want 1, once again, to dribble hard to the middle of the floor. As he arrives there, we want 4 breaking hard, clapping his hands, yelling, screaming, whatever he has to do to attract attention. And we want to fake that pass to number 4. Why do we want to fake that pass? Because off of that, we're setting a staggered double here, 2 misdirects, and then comes off of the staggered double, once again faking that pass to 4, coming back, hitting 2 for the perimeter jump shot. That one is called 42 double. This play we call 4 double, and we start the action by 1 breaking high and 2 number 3, and we want to inbounds the ball to number 1 right there. As this happens, once again, we're going to have 1 dribble hard to the middle of the floor to balance the floor up here. And now instead of 4 popping out, we'll have 4 simply down screen for number 2, and we can hit that if it's open. If not, we can fake the pass, and now we have 5 and 3 stepping in, setting up the staggered double for 4 after number 4 screens for number 2. So that's just a little different look than the play before, where now 4 is coming off the double screen, first screening for number 2. That one's called 4 double. Another play, this one we call wheel double. We start the play the same way with 1 breaking high, 3 inbounding to 1 at this point here. And what we're going to do here is 5 is going to vacate this area, 2 is going to screen across for him. This is all happening as 1 is dribbling hard to the middle of the floor. 5 uses this screen, breaks to the wing area. Once again, we can hit that if we choose to do so for the shot. If not, we're going to continue the action by 4, who is wheeling behind number 5. He's trailing right behind here. And now, after 2 sets the screen for 5, we have 4 and 3 setting the staggered double for 2, looking for the shot right there. So we can fake that pass, go to it, and then come back to number 2 coming off of the wheel action staggered double right there. That one's called wheel double. This play, once again, is in the same set as the past 2 or 3 plays. We call this one 3 double. Once again, we start the action with 1 breaking high, 3 inbounding to 1, and 1's going to start his action after the ball has been inbounded to him by dribbling hard to the middle of the floor once again. In this case here, what we're going to do, 2 is popping to the wing and 3 is breaking hard to the opposite side of the floor off of the inbounds. As 3 breaks hard, 2 fills the wing here, and we're going to look like we're going to pass to 2 right here, which we can do if we choose to do so. But the idea of this play is as this is happening, 5 and 4 once again are maneuvering themselves into a position for that staggered double, and now 3 reverses, comes off the staggered double. We can fake that screen pass to 2 and now pass back to 3, who reverses his action, comes off of the double screen, obviously, which is why we call that play 3 double. So once again, a little different way of getting another player coming off of a staggered double, faking a pass, hopefully drawing the defense a little bit and getting an open perimeter shot. This play is a little variance off of the play we just showed you. This one is called 3 opposite. Once again, 1 breaks high. We want to inbound to 1 right there. 1's going to dribble hard to the floor to set up the action. As this is happening now, 3 comes off of the inbounds just like he did the play before, and now instead of breaking all the way across, he's going to screen for 2. 2 misdirects, and comes off of that screen to the wing area there. While this is happening, 4 is moving low, and 5 is vacating this area and maneuvering himself to set up the double screen with number 4. So now 1 can reverse back, fake the pass to 2, because 3 screened across right there, and now 3, after he screens for 2, breaks hard off of the staggered double, and we can hit number 3 for the open shot right there. Just a little varied type of action off of the play before. That one is called 3 opposite. This play we call 53 opposite. We start the action again with 1 breaking high, 3 inbounding to 1, and now, as always, 1's going to dribble hard to the middle of the floor. 3 comes off the inbounds, clears to the opposite side, and now 5's going to pop hard to the wing area. We want to turn and look at him hard, even fake that pass right there. 2 misdirects outside a little bit, comes back in and sets that double staggered screen with 4. So we've got 2 and 4 setting the double right there. 5's popping out, fake that to him. Now we come back, pass to 3 for hopefully what is an open jump shot for our 3 player. That one is called 53 opposite. Another version of 53 opposite. 1 breaks high, we inbounds to 1 right there. 1 dribbles to the middle of the floor. As this is happening, 3 breaks low, 5 down screens for 3. 3 comes off a 5 screen right there. We can always hit that if that's open. We choose to do that. We can certainly pass there. And now, once again, 2 will misdirect out, come back down, and set the staggered double with number 4. And now, after 5 screens for 3, 5 will come off of the staggered double screen right there. Just a little different version of 53 opposite, where 5's actually going to screen down for 3, and then 5 will come off of the staggered double. Let's look at a few plays that we can use for baseline inbounds under your own basket. This first one here is called 45 double, and we align in the following set. The action starts by 1 screening across for 2. 2 misdirects, and he can look for the shot right there if that's open. If we can get that, then great. We're in great business. As 1 is screening for 2, 5 and 4 maneuver themselves into position to set a solid double screen for 1. After 1 screens for 2, he breaks right over the top of that, and we're going to look for that perimeter jump shot right there. If we can't get that, we want 4 turning in, and 5's going to curl right off of 4's butt for the layup opportunity right there. So that's our first base play under the basket, and that one is called 45 double. This play here we run from a box set, and 3 is centered in the middle of the box. We call this one 4 up. We start the action by 2 diagonally screening up 4-5. 5 misdirects and breaks to the basket, looking for the layup right there. If we can get that, we'll go right into that for the layup. After 2 screens for 5, 4 steps in and screens for 2, and now we're looking for the perimeter shot right there with one of our better shooters. And after 4 has screened for 2, he simply rolls to the basket looking for the layup, and especially if we get a switch technique right there, 4 may be open on the roll. And then 1 simply steps back out of the way as the safety outlet. So that one's called 4 up from a base box set under your own basket. We can run that same action from what we call our triangle set, and obviously we call it a triangle because 4, 5, and 1 with 2 on top form the triangle. We start the action basically the same way. 1 diagonal screens for 5 misdirects, uses that screen. If the layup's there, we'll take it. 2, once again, this was 1 last time, but 2 just steps back as the outlet, and 4 screens for 1 after 1 has screened for 5. 1's looking for the perimeter shot there, and 4 is rolling to the basket. So that's the same type action run from our out-of-bounds triangle set. This play here is from the base stack set, and we call this one 3 double off of stack inbounds. What we'll do here, 1 breaks opposite here, and we want 2 breaking to the corner. We would like to inbound to number 2 in the corner right here, and we may get that because teams are so afraid of the conventional stack lob play that they may not follow us out here. So we want to enter to 2 right there. The idea here is we're setting up a double screen after the inbounds has been made. So what we'll do here is enter the ball to 2, and 2 now dribbles up to the wing area. And now 4 and 5 step in here and set a staggered double screen, and 1 breaks to the corner. We want 3 breaking right off of his butt and right off of the staggered double for the shot. We can even fake that pass to 1 in the corner to set up the double screen. So that is our basic 3 double from a stack inbound set. This is another play from a stack set, and what we're doing here is we're going to set up 3 for the perimeter shot, and we basically call this choose a side because he's going to step into the middle of the key after the inbounds and choose the side that he wants to break off of. We start the action by 1 breaking to the corner and 2 breaking opposite, and what we would like to do is enter directly to 1 as he breaks to the corner. Once again, sometimes this is an easy way to get the ball in bounds because teams are so afraid they'll pack it in to stop that conventional lob play. And what we'll do here is 5 will break high, and we want to immediately reverse the ball out high to 5. Okay, once again, may look like a hard pass, but sometimes those defenses are so paranoid that those aren't hard passes to make versus the stack set. So we've entered to 1 in the corner, 1 reverses high to 5, 5 waits and breaks high, we want to enter to him, and now, once 5 has got the ball, we can set our people up to screen. Once 3 is inbounded, he just nonchalantly moves to the middle of the key area right here, and he's waiting for the screens to develop. So 2 sets the single screen on this side, and now 4 and 1 set a staggered double on this side. So now 3 simply chooses the side. 5 can dribble to the middle of the floor if he chooses, if you want that player to balance up the floor a little better. But 3 simply chooses the side, and we're looking for 3 on the perimeter shot right there. This play here is a line inbounds under your own basket. We call this one 45 double, where 4 and 5 are going to be responsible for setting 2 sets of staggered screens. We start the play by 1 circling out above the line, and we want to inbounds to 1 immediately right there. As the inbounds pass is being made, 2 misdirects low, and 4 and 5 set the first staggered double for number 2, who breaks off of that hard. We want to pass to number 2, even if he's not open for the shot. We still want to pass to number 2, and now 4 and 5 set the second staggered double and after 3 inbounds, he sets himself up, waits for the timing to happen, and now he comes off of the staggered double, and we're looking for the shot there. So that's 45 double from a line inbounds under your own basket. Okay, this next example was another line inbounds play. We call this one 23 reverse. We start the play the same way as before with one circling high. We like to inbounds directly to him in this area right there. Once again, 2 misdirects low upon the inbounds from 3 to 1, and 4 and 5 set the staggered double for 2, who breaks hard to the top of the key, looking for the perimeter shot in that area. Now off of this, what we're going to do, we want 1 to pass the ball to 2. Remember last time 3 came off to this side on the staggered double. Now 5 clears through here, and 4 and 1 set the staggered double. That's why we call this one reverse, because we're just reversing the side. We're going to pass the ball to 3 off of the staggered double. So that one's called 23 reverse off of the line inbounds. This play here is a pretty simple play to run off of the line inbounds. We simply call this one 1 double. Instead of starting the play with 1 circling above, we simply have 2 break hard and directly to the side, and we want to inbound directly to number 2 right there. And in this case here, we have 1 misdirect low and 4 and 5 setting the screen here, and now he's coming off, and we're looking for the double screen with 1 open on the perimeter. That one's simply called 1 double. Okay, this play right here is one of the most basic inbounds plays that we see, and it's hard to believe that this still works. I've seen it year after year, and it continues to work, and it's just a simple screen the screener play. And all we do here, we start the action, 4 screens up diagonally, 2 breaks up is the outlet, 4 screens diagonally for 1, 1 misdirects, breaks to the basket. If the layup is there for 1, we'll take it, and then we simply screen the screener. 5 screens for 4, 4 goes right here to the basket, 5 can roll right there. But this right here, screening the screener, that is there time after time after time. I can't even emphasize enough how many times that play is open. With that, I want to wrap this up. There's a few more plays included in the book, but those are the favorites that I wanted to pick out and share with you today. The thing to remind yourself with these inbounds plays is many of these plays that I have shown you today can be run from a numerous amount of differing sets and alignments. So you just don't have to run them specifically from a box set or a line inbound set. Sometimes just by simply changing your box set to a diamond set or a triangle set, you can run the exact same actions. For example, this screen, the screener play, can be run from all kinds of differing sets. And as you have seen, many of our inbounds plays include the idea of first screening and then screening for an initial player who has screened to start the action. And that continues to prove to be one of the more effective methods of getting the ball in bounds and getting ourselves a good look. We've got 2 pretty good little manuals on inbounds plays, and in 1996 we put one together where we asked coaches to write in and send us their favorite inbounds plays, and we got a lot of fun plays that were run from a lot of differing sets. And then what we wanted to do this year was to add, I think we added about 50 plays that we have kind of kept our eyes open for and tried to find some differing unique techniques of getting the ball in bounds and helping people score. So what we've done is put together a new one this year, our 1997 version, and I picked out about 35 or 30 of our favorite plays for you out of the new 50, and you guys can hopefully pick up some new ideas from those. So inbounds plays are a fun part of the game. I like to compare inbounds plays in basketball to special teams in football. And I like to compare them because they're point teams. And I like to use the word point teams because many times in football, a football team will neglect the field goal or a PAT or a two-point conversion play or the two-point conversion execution, the same thing can happen in basketball, where teams just absolutely ignore the fact that you're given the ball 3 feet from your basket, under your own basket, and you're 3 feet from putting the ball in the hoop. It's a point team. It's a point-producing team. These are easy scores for a team. If you can run any of these plays effectively and get easy scores off of them, then why not do it? I see some teams that their goal is just to get the ball in bounds. Let's just get it in bounds and then throw it 30 feet out top and start the offense. Sometimes there may be a time when you want to do that, if you're winning the game, trying to delay, whatever the case. But these inbounds plays, once again, they're point teams. They're point-producing situations where by not working on them, you're just totally neglecting your team with the chance to add more points. And obviously, the team with the most points at the end of the game wins. So these inbounds plays, if you work on them, and if you actually put some serious time and consideration, and how many times do you get the ball out of bounds in a game? Ask yourself that. 5, 10, maybe more. And these are all situations where you can use set, predetermined practice sets and plays and get point producers out of them. So I just want to remind you that they really are an important part of the game, just like I compare with football, the special teams are, the field goal teams and the extra point teams. You can't neglect those situations and those teams because they put points on the board for you, just like the inbounds plays do. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for listening to me today, and I hope we have shared some good ideas with you and ideas that can help you get some easy scores for your team. Thanks a lot, everyone, and we'll see you down the road. Go ahead. Go ahead. Between the legs, crossover dribble. Full court crossover dribble here. Between the legs. Okay, behind the back, go ahead. Behind the back crossover. First was normal. Second was between the legs. Third behind the back. Okay, reverse dribble, go ahead. Normal combined with between the legs. Crossover, full court, go ahead. Okay, normal combined with between the legs, opposite hand, go ahead. Okay, on all these full court crossover dribbles, we can combine any of the 2, any of the 3, or any of the 4. You can combine between the legs with behind the back with reverse dribble, etc. What we're going to do on this one is combine all 4, so he'll start with normal crossover, go back between the legs, go behind the back, and then reverse dribble. Okay, go ahead. There's normal, between the legs, behind the back, and reverse dribble. Normal, between the legs, behind the back, reverse dribble. So there we get all 4 crossovers in one dribbling session. Okay, we're going to do the same thing, starting with the opposite hand. All 4 crossover dribbles, full court. Go ahead. Normal, between the legs, behind the back, reverse dribble. Again, all 4 full court dribbling things combined, all the way up the floor. Okay, these next couple drills we're going to start from half court. This is just going to be simple walk between the legs, exchanging hands. Go ahead, John. Try not to look at the ball. Keep your head off the ball. And just walk between the legs. Okay, go ahead and go back. There you go. This is a little tougher here. But again, just walking backwards and forwards, exchanging the ball between the legs. Easier than it looks. Sometimes can be a little difficult. Okay, go ahead and go just exchange the ball between your legs without touching the floor. Okay, same type thing here. Make sure we get it right now. Slow up a little bit. Go ahead. Yep. Right there, he's hurrying a little too bit. We want to try to get clean exchanges. Go at a speed you can handle. There we go. Okay. This next crossover drill is used to split defenses. It's a good crossover move to protect the ball. It's going between the legs from the back, and he's going to exchange hands as he comes up full court. Okay, go ahead. Notice the crossover is between the legs from the back. Alright, this is the same type of drill, going between the legs from the back. It's just a simple ball handling drill, usually not used in games, but it's a good practice drill. He's going to use the same hand going between the legs from the back. Okay, go ahead. Notice his head's on the ball a little bit, but that's a little tougher drill, so we got to do that on that one. Here's an easy drill. This one's just down the line using the same hand, keeping the ball in the same spot, exchanging side to side. Go ahead, John. Again, try to keep the head off the ball. Good exchanges. Just trying to keep the ball on the line. Okay, go ahead and go back to half court. Use the other hand. Same thing here now, just exchange hands. John's weak hand is his right hand, as you can see. Okay. Okay, and these next set of drills, these are half-court power layups using the various crossover moves we just showed you, starting with from the wing, driving to the middle, using the various crossovers, and going in for the layup. And John, we'll just go continuous through. Just grab your rebound, go back out, and then use another crossover move. Okay, this is start off with normal crossover. Go ahead. Okay, now between the legs, dribble to the middle hard, and score the layup. Okay, now he's behind the back, and score the layup. These are all moves you can do by yourself. You don't need a partner to work on these. There's reverse dribble, go in, score the layup. Okay, we're going to do the same thing from the opposite side of the floor where he's driving to the middle. Then he's going to go left-handed layup, starting with normal crossover. Okay, go ahead. Normal crossover, score the layup. Goes back to the same spot, drives to the middle, uses between the legs, and scores the layup. Same thing. Should be reverse dribble to finish it off. There it is. And score it. Okay, once again, we're going to use the same 4 crossovers, this time starting from the wing, crossing over hard, driving to the middle, and hitting the 15-foot jumper. Go ahead, John. Goes back out. Once again, starts at the same spot. Behind the back here. and reverse dribble to finish the sequence off. Okay, good. Okay, same exact thing from the opposite side of the floor, starting with his right hand. Go ahead. Normal crossover. Drives the lane. Scores the 15-foot jumper. Second drill in the sequence is between the legs. Between the legs. Drive hard to the middle. Hit the jumper. Behind the back. Go ahead. Get it right. For guards, this should be a fairly high percentage shot off of transition here. 70 to 80% shot right here if you got a good free throw shooter. Okay, one simple change up off the between the legs move is a simple hesitation dribble where John's just going to go between his legs, hesitate, and then drive to the middle and hit the jumper. Go ahead, John. Yeah. Do one more. Let's hit that jumper. Come off strong off the dribble. Strong jump shot. That was pretty weak that time. That's better. Okay, this next simple little drill is just a simple separation move in order to separate and get the shot from the defender. The idea is to get to the defender moving one way with his momentum carrying him. Use a simple separation move and hit the shot. I'm going to help defend on this one to give you a better idea. Okay, on your defensive stance here, John's going to drive to the middle, use the separation move and hit the shot. So I'm the defender, driving to the middle. Okay, one more time. Okay, that's good. These next few drills are simply done from half court. Just driving straight on. It's good practice for a point guard having the ball in the middle of the floor on transition. John's just going to use the various crossover moves from the middle of the floor and drive hard to the bucket and score the layup. Okay, go ahead. Simple crossover. Goes in and scores the layup. Now go both sides now. Cross over to the left, hit the left-handed layup. Always do these drills from both sides of the floor and with both hands for obvious reasons. Again, this is good penetration drills here for a point guard, simply using his crossover moves to drive and get by a defender and score the basket. Let's go up hard and score those. Okay, between the legs and score it. Let's go, that's your strong hand. Got it. That's fine. Okay, behind the back, right? Behind the back from the middle of the floor. Off of transition and he scores it. Same thing, right hand now. And scores it. Last sequence in our basic ball handling crossover moves is reverse dribble, pearl move. There it is to get by the defender once again. This is simply practicing power layups, penetration, off of driving down the middle of the floor. There it is. Okay, between a lot of these drills, a good thing to implement is free throws. John's kind of tired right now, he's breathing heavy, so he's going to stop and shoot 10 free throws. A lot of these drills are hard drills. They get you tired, especially if you're busting your butt. A good thing to do between each one is stop and shoot free throws. This simulates obviously a little bit of a game situation where your heart rate is up, you're sweating, you're a little bit tired. Gives you a chance to stop and shoot free throws in a game-like situation. Also gives you a little breather between the ball handling and the shooting drills to catch your breath a little bit, get your feet back under you. Note John's got a pretty good rhythm here. Shoots the same every time. 3 bounces, good set of the ball, good arc on the shot, and he misses that one. Once again, these are good to do in between each drill. Stop and shoot 10. Record your makes throughout the day. Keep track of your percentages. Let's knock a few down here, huh? All right. Is that 10? Okay, a couple more. Once you shoot your 10 free throws, go right back into your ball handling drills, your next sequence. Let's go make the last one before you start up again. Finish your shots on a make. Go into your next drill with a little bit of positive. And our next sequence is going to be from half court. We're going to go half court crossovers again into 15-foot jumpers off of transition. Okay, let's go back here. Half court, crossovers again, 15-foot jumpers. Yep. Okay, go ahead. Let's not fade away on these, John. Good, strong jump shots. Don't want to be fading away on these 15-foot jumpers. Once again, these are high percentage shots for your guards, the 15-foot jumper. A lot of your guards are 70 to 80% free throw shooters. They should be shooting the same from this range in game action. So he's coming down once again, using all the crossovers, pulling up, hitting the 15-foot jumper. The only problem is here he's got to knock a few down. Getting a little tired. Once again, use all of your progressions. Pull up and hit that 15-footer. This is a shot here that a lot of young guards can't seem to hit. They can't seem to be able to pull up off the dribble. You need to work on it all the time. Okay, continue the progression. Get the air ball out of the way and knock a few of these down. You're not going to make every shot you ever do. That's a little better. You get a make there. On all of these drills, you can't get lazy. You got to come hard off the crossover, explode into the jump shot. When you're tired, think about your legs. Get your legs under you. Once you've went for 30, 40 minutes, you start to get a little tired. Explode off the crossover. Once again, these are shots that your guards have got to be able to knock down in transition. Okay, we're going to do a same progression, starting from half court, beating the dribbler a little higher, or beating the defender a little higher, using the crossover, hitting the 15-foot jumper. Go ahead. Okay, next progression is beating him between the legs. Do that one over. Okay, reverse dribble. Finish it off. Okay, this next drill combines a little bit of a shooting drill. We're simply going to use a wing to point pass. The shooter is going to shot fake, dribble to the opposite side where the pass came from and hit the 15-foot jump. Again, this simulates a wing to point pass for a perimeter player. Stay on the same side. During your ball handling, shooting workout, take a break and shoot free throws. Did you make the first one? Two for three. $34. Four for five. Five for seven. Six for eight. Seven for nine. Going for 80% here. Okay, 80%. Then move on to your next drill. Okay, we go wing to point pass again. Now we're on the side of the floor. Shooter catches the ball, shot fakes. Shoots to the opposite side, looking to the jumper, the opposite side of where he catches the pass. Here we go. Okay, here we're just going to do 3-point around the world. One shooter, one rebounder. I'll be the rebounder. John will be the shooter. Rebounder simply passes the ball to the shooter.
Okay, free throws.
Once again, between the workout, between the drills, get up, spot up, shoot 10 free throws. And again, you can make this one as quick as you can do it, where you've got to move the ball, actually keep the ball between your legs, exchanging your hands from front to back and catching the ball in midair. A good way to do this one is to try not to cheat, is to not throw the ball up in the air, but actually just drop the ball. A lot of kids will try to toss the ball in the air. You have to give yourself a little bit of a toss, but you don't want to be actually throwing the ball up in the air in order to catch it. You try to want to keep it, to keep the ball approximately at the same height and catching it before it has a chance to drop. That's the idea with the quick hands. Okay, this drill is ricochet drill or a pistol drill. We saw this one in the movie The Pistol. Simply dribble the ball back and forth between your legs, catching it behind your back and then coming back through the front of your legs. Be careful with this one. Don't start too fast or throw the ball too hard. Make sure you can do this one proficiently and efficiently before you speed up or throw the ball too hard. Also, if you kids wear too baggy of shorts, this one can affect you, because the ball will hit the shorts as you're coming through your legs. Okay, this is simply drop the ball behind your head and catch it. Another good hand coordination drill. Just raise the ball up over your head. Try not to let it roll down your back. That's a good way to cheat on this drill. You actually want to drop the ball without it touching your back. Move your hands so that you catch the ball without it rolling down your back. Okay, that's good. Another good break here to shoot free throws. In between the workout, in between each drill, you go up, spot yourself up, and hit 10 free throws.